NFL RedZone for the first time ever. We'll see how this goes. This is, of course, courtesy of the National Football League, or the PAFL, if you will. But NFL RedZone from NFL Network, a free preview. This NFL Week 9 Sunday, November the 6th, 2022. We're about less than 30 seconds away from the top of the hour here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific, for 8 1 o'clock NFL games this Week 9 Sunday once again. And these are going to be my live watch along reactions, audio only, live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host and Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Myself personally, I've never watched NFL RedZone, let alone NFL Sunday Ticket. So this is NFL RedZone on NFL Network. We're also going to be watching locally on CBS and Fox as well. Those two games with the Bills and Jets, and was supposed to be Panthers-Bengals, but it seems like it'll be the Vikings and Washington Redskins football team Commanders now in 2022. So CBS, Fox, NFL RedZone on NFL Network. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL. Hashtag NFL RedZone. Hashtag for every 32 team names and nicknames with their respective hashtag on social media. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Coming up at halftime, we'll have some first half stats and scores, but NFL RedZone, we're going to be watching, more than the two games at once that we do for the NFL week in and week out. College football, for myself, I can watch at least 4 games at once. The NFL, of course, it's only 2, on a regular Sunday, CBS and Fox, and then, of course, you have Thursday night football, Sunday night football, and Monday night football, but, of course, with RedZone, they can show up to 8 games at once, and there's 8 1 o'clock games today. So we're going to be watching 2 in full. They'll have the highlights and check-ins with updates with the others as they show off the schedule. But this is, of course, all after we began the month last week and had NFL Thursday Night Football down in Lone Star State as the Philadelphia Eagles defeated the Houston Texans 29-17. However, then, as baseball is now officially over with, Houston returned the favor last night as the Astros defeated the Phillies to win the World Series this year. So as we're, of course, still in the thick of it here during football season, past the halfway point now, trade deadline was this past week. We're underway with a few of these 1 o'clock games. So there's a kickoff. Check in first on CBS. Bills, Jets on Fox. As mentioned, it was supposed to be Bengals, Panthers for myself, but it will be Vikings and Skins. Got Packers and Lions. Now Jets kicking off, hosting the Bills. So they're going to start us off with showing kickoffs from Motown to NYC. Oh my God, he slipped on the opening fucking kickoff. And Buffalo is going to start out with good field position at the 45-yard line, and the goddamn New York Jets couldn't have asked for a better start. More like a worse start. Yeah, there's a replay. He completely slipped on his plant foot, and basically squibbed the opening kickoff. Oh my God. All right, there's the 8 games, left to right, uh, top to bottom. Chargers, Falcons, Dolphins, Bears, Panthers, Bengals, Packers, Lions, Raiders, Jaguars, Colts, Patriots, Bills, Jets, and Vikings, Skins. The bottom 2, of course, we're watching live on CBS and Fox respectively, but here we go. First play, Buffalo goes deep, and yeah, good God, New York, what the hell's going on with the Jets now? Back to their old school ways, it seems like. Opening kickoff, they squib it, of course on accident because he slipped, but then the defense gets up a big play, and now Buffalo's got a 1st and 10 from 13-yard line, 30 seconds in. So Josh Allen out of the gun looking to throw, and it'll be incomplete, intended for James Cook. But now Chargers, Falcons, Atlanta with a big first down. Washington has Minnesota in a 3rd and 5 at the 27 as well. But Atlanta out of the pistol from the 25 to begin the game, 1st and 10. Mariota gonna fake it and gets to the 10-yard line. So 2nd and 10, Allen rolls out and he throws a pick. So the Jets get an interception off of 1-7, and crazy start to this Bill Jet game, to say the least. My God. Cousins with a shot over the middle and a Viking first down to his tight end. Newly acquired tight end, I might add, TJ Hawkinson. They traded for him from Detroit this past week. Had arguably the most trades during the NFL trade deadline in league history this past week. But we do like watching all these games at once, no doubt about it. Atlanta's now got a 1st and goal. So, yeah, crazy start to this Bill Jet game. The lone NFL team that resides in the state of New York playing one of the other 2 teams that has a New York name, but of course play in New Jersey. And yeah, crazy start. 1st and goal, Atlanta from the 3. Mariota going to roll out near side and incomplete into the end zone. Intended for their 1st round draft pick this past year out of SC and Drake London. Panthers, Bengals, Burrow, and the Kitty Cats taking on another cat. Dumps it off on a screen, and Mixon gets out inside the 40, 35-30, 25, down inside the 20, it looks like. So, got a 2nd goal for Atlanta. They're going to keep us locked in on this since it's the goal to go. Potential score coming. But Minnesota's got a 3rd and 1. Mariota going to hand off, and Atlanta down at the 1, so 3rd and goal from the 1. Cousins pass complete to the 30 to Justin Jefferson. So Minnesota driving and looking to take an early road lead. Everything's still tied up at 0, though. Nobody scored yet. Buffalo came close, felt like, but Minnesota's driving. Now we go to Miami, Chicago. Bears at the 20, 2nd and 10. Fields going to go deep. Incomplete. 4th and 1. Detroit going to go for it here on their opening drive from the 7-yard line. Trips in a bunch near side. And Goff over the middle. Incomplete in the end zone. So turn around downs and Green Bay will take over. Incomplete deep ball. Zach Wilson intended for Denzel Mims. But another pass complete from Cousins to Jefferson in the meantime as well. Minnesota, Washington. They're inside the 20 now. 3rd and goal, Atlanta out of the eye, handoff, and touchdown Falcons. So the Atlanta Falcons score the first touchdown in this NFL Week 9 Sunday. 1-yard rushing touchdown by Cordell Patterson. 10:40 to play in the opening quarter. Extra point to come. So, yes, Chargers, Falcons, Dolphins, Bears, Panthers, Bengals, Packers, Lions, Colts, Patriots, Bills, Jets, Vikings, Skins, the football team that resides in the nation's capital, even though they play in Landover, Maryland, the Washington Commanders, and the Raiders and Jags. Still to come, though, 4 o'clock, and later on tonight, Sunday football. Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, Buccaneers, Titans, Chiefs. Of course, this is all after Eagles defeated the Texans on Thursday Night Football. Monday Night Football is still to come tomorrow night, as the Bengals score also on a rushing touchdown. Joe Mixon from a yard out, touchdown Cincinnati. We still have Monday Night Football tomorrow night with the Ravens and Saints. And then, of course, if you're wondering why the Browns, Cowboys, Broncos, Giants, Steelers, or 49ers aren't playing today, it's because they're on a bye week. Vikings score in the meantime as well. Big Justin Jefferson drive, couple catches, ends in a touchdown. Minnesota takes an early lead. So back to back to back with 3 scores in a matter of seconds. And Atlanta's up. Chicago kicks a field goal, I might add. Here's a 3rd and 10, but I guess score update, I'm a little ahead of the play. So, yeah, Atlanta with a touchdown, Cincinnati with a touchdown, Minnesota with a touchdown, and then Chicago with a field goal here. So this 3rd and 10, they're not going to convert. He only gets about 6, maybe 7 yards on a quarterback keeper. Fill the unit out, and it's up and good. And now here's the Viking touchdown that we just saw, because we are watching NFL RedZone on NFL Network. But then we're also on CBS and Fox watching those 2 respective games as well. So, Bills, Jets, Viking, Skins, and NFL RedZone. Have yet to see Colts, Patriots. Yeah, I've yet to see Colts, Patriots. That's a lone game NFL RedZone has not showed us yet. They've showed us everything else. Back to Detroit and Green Bay. Packers, of course, trying to snap a losing streak. Haven't won in about a month. They've lost every game since. And Rodgers, as he shaved his beard, 1st and 10 over the middle, complete to the 25-yard line. And Dobbs on the catch. But, yeah, as mentioned, this first time ever I've watched, well, there's Raiders Jags, a fumble on the toss, and Oakland, LA, back to Oakland, now in Vegas, the Silver and Black Raiders recover the fumble. So a couple 2-win teams squaring off down in North Florida, in Duval. AEW country, if you will. Alltel Stadium, now TIAA Bank Field. But, no, this is the first time I've ever watched NFL RedZone. And like I said, the start free preview today, so I might as well take advantage of it, all the games. And, we're right there at the midway point of the NFL season. Like I said, we're in the thick of it. We've been in the thick of it. Baseball now officially over with, but, basketball and hockey just started up. I don't know if anybody cares, because I don't. But Soccer World Cup going to be starting in a few weeks. Of course, professional wrestling continues all year long. NASCAR championships today as well, I might add. But football season continues one way or another. And now that we're into November, the pass had complete over the middle from Rodgers. He's got a few of his weapons back. Here comes Justin Herbert and Chargers down 7. But, November and December, especially if you're right there, about 500 in the middle, like sort of where you need to be, because you don't want to be one of the best, let alone one of the worst, in my opinion. The better off, the more wins you have, the better off you're going to be. But you want to get hot right now. Your season's either going to be won or lost in these next 2 months, these next, 4 to 6, 8 weeks. And hopefully you can, make the playoffs and then find a way to win a few more games and get to the promised land. Carr going to hand off and know where to go. So back to Ford Field. These two teams, of course, division rivals. Rodgers going to step up on 3rd and 10, tuck it and run, and he'll get the first down and then some to the 42-yard line on a 22-yard keeper. So 1st and 10, Green Bay, yeah. 3rd and 5 for Buffalo. Check in on some other scores. Nothing's changed. Atlanta still up 7. Cincinnati the same, along with Minnesota, and the Bears have a field goal. Everything else knotted up at 0. 3rd and 5, Buffalo first down. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Audio only, NFL Week 9, live watch long reactions, live here on YouTube for NFL RedZone. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL RedZone, hashtag, honestly, whatever the hell you want, hashtag NFL nicknames for all 16 total teams that are playing in these 8 games right now, but all 32 teams for that matter. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super fans, always get appreciated as well. Be sure to subscribe. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. And then hopefully we'll tune back in later on today as well for more NFL live watch along reactions with the America's Game of the Week at 4 o'clock on CBS in a playoff rematch from last year in the NFC with the Rams and Buccaneers, and then also Sunday Night Football tonight as well. And keep, of course, an eye out for more upcoming videos, whether that's a normal video uploaded or a live stream in college football, the NFL, professional wrestling. Be sure to subscribe. We finally go to the Northeast up in Foxborough, Mass with the Colts and Patriots. It's not Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, but it's Sam Ehlinger taking over for Matt Ryan. Of course, going back to Peyton, they had Andrew Luck, but since Luck retired, it seems like Indy's gone through, at least one, if not more, quarterbacks per year. But then, Mac Jones and the rookie and Bailey Zappi out of Western Kentucky, they're still tied at 0, but had a first down there. So they've checked in now with all 8 games. Scores are, still the same. Only 4 of these 8 games have points on the board. Rodgers going to hand off. Aaron Jones, the 39-yard line, will be second in about a yard, maybe 2, depending on the spot. Got a whistle and potential injury. But, yeah, I'll leave it at that. We'll see how this goes over the next, few hours or so. Honestly, bonus coverage won't be necessary, even though CBS and Fox potentially could give it to us still. 1st and 10, Miami, Tua going deep and got a pass interference in the end zone. So 1st and goal at the 1, as it was intended for Tyreek Hill. And 7.5 to play in the opening quarter. And see if they can punch it in, capitalize off the penalty. He did turn around, but he was still holding him and pushed him a little bit, so probably a good call. 1st and 20 for the Raiders from the 31. Carr going to fake the give, step up, and then complete to a former teammate of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, Devontae Adams, who it seems like he's sorely missed this year. But, it's still a team sport, next man up mentality. Green Bay has just been hit by the injury bug, like Tampa and a few other teams. Like I said last week, I feel like here before too long, the teams that are, not necessarily down and out, but people thinking they're done for, they'll find a way to figure it out. And not necessarily shock everybody, but, the thing is you just can't count them out. 1st and goal, Miami. Tua going to hand off, touchdown Dolphins. Raheem Mostert. And then Miami also just got a former 49er in Jeff Wilson via trade this past week as well. So it seems like Mike McDaniel is getting players he wants to fit and work in his system. And it seems like the Dolphins right now, still a lot of football to be played, have some momentum on their side and have something working. has something cooking up. We'll see if, come playoff time, if they even make it, can do something. But first down, Falcons. The Chargers didn't do anything. We're still tied at 0 with the Bills and Jets. So the lone touchdown since everything early was just that Miami touchdown a second ago. So Buffalo 3rd and 5. Josh Allen with a first down. So 7-0 Falcons, 7-3 Dolphins, 7-0 Bengals, 7-0 Vikings, and Packers, Lions, Colts, Patriots, Bills, Jets, and Raiders, Jags, 0s. So there's that. Once again, like I said, we'll settle in now and see if, anybody's going to blow anybody out, or if we're going to have a lot of close games this week, or what the hell's going to happen, because I honestly don't know. Because, of course, that's why the game is played. We can talk about and discuss this, but, of course, it's all on paper. They're going out and coaching, they're going out and playing, and hopefully get a few good games. So, we'll see what it gives. As always, I'm sure something will, but Raiders, Jags, 3rd and 20 for the silver and black from the 41, and then Adams on a simple dump off. A few blockers, stiff arm, and then he'll be short. 4th and about 3. 4th and 4. 4th and 3 for the most part. Carr, complete first down Raiders, so they're driving, looking to score. Allen going to hand off, first down, Buffalo at the 12. Remember, they were right in this territory at the start of the game after a crazy start with a squib opening kickoff because the Jets kicker slipped and fell. And then one play, Buffalo on a deep shot, but then another play later, Allen throws the pick, and then the Jets can't do anything. Bills have the ball back, driving again, 1st and 10 inside the red zone. So 1st and 10, 6:30 and counting to play in the first. And out of the gun with 2 backs, fake the give, and then fumbles as he gets hit, pump fakes, and then he goes down in the sack back to the 15-yard line. So Buffalo lucking out. Josh Allen once again trying to do too much, it seems like. They're 6-1, but yeah, you can't carry the ball like a loaf of bread like that, even though you're, still in the pocket looking to make a play. That's what, I think has been always holding Josh Allen back. He tries to do too much. Sometimes it works out, but, the other half of the time it doesn't work in their favor. And as good as the Bills are, they're 6-1, like I said, they've struggled on the road. Even though they've found a way to, win a few games, their lone losses at Miami. Honestly, when they went to Kansas City, at the Jets today, even the good teams, no doubt about it, are going to struggle. But 1st and goal, Green Bay inside the 5. But back to Buffalo and New York, 3rd and 10, Bills. At least they have a fisherman for a kicker if they don't convert. 3rd and 10. Josh Allen going to pump fake, tuck it and run, and then dive and get the first down. Be 1st and goal, but he might be in for the touchdown. And he is. Touchdown Bills. So Bills up 6. And Tyler Bass on for the extra point, I might add. 1st and goal, Packers. Rodgers on the fake. Slant. It's tipped, and then it's picked off by the Lions in the end zone. So, crazy start with the Packers and Lions as well. Couple turnovers, and those absolutely kill you, regardless of how big the game is. You can never turn the ball over and expect to have a chance to win. So, yeah, that's a pick. He should have handed off to either Jones or Dillon. I couldn't tell who the running back was, but he would have walked right in, But he pump faked and on the RPO got the pass over the middle on the slant, and then it was tipped and, picked off. So turnovers suck. Red zone turnovers, suck even worse. So got 2nd and 4 for the Raiders. They're reviewing the Josh Allen touchdown. Let's see here if he was in or not. It's going to be 1st and goal regardless if he didn't get in. Yeah, might be 1st and goal at the half-yard line. But Derek Carr with a passing touchdown to his former college teammate at Fresno State, Devontae Adams. They blew out Hawaii last night as well. And I might add, as we always do, first half stats and scores coming up at halftime. We'll check out what's going on in the NFL, even though, RedZone, we're doing that in due time anyway, here live. But we're going to recap college football from yesterday, preview what's to come next week. We'll also preview the NFL for Week 10 next week. A couple weeks here out of Thanksgiving, as the Lions, of course, will host these Buffalo Bills that just scored. So they did overturn the touchdown, but then Josh Allen, does end up scoring by himself anyway and runs it in. So Bills 7-0, Bass on for the extra point. Cowboys going to host the Giants. I'll have live watch along reactions live on YouTube of that game. And then got Minnesota at Washington right now, up 7. First time run for the Skins. They'll be hosting the Patriots, who are still tied at 0 with the Colts. So we checked in once with that game, and it was a sack. But that seems like it's going to be a defensive showdown. So 4th down, Atlanta. Here comes fill in the blank for the field goal. 29-yard attempt. And as the snap and hold are good, so is the kick. Atlanta leads at 10-0. So that's our biggest lead right now, 10-zip Falcons. And then former Steeler Chase Claypool, 2 catches, 13 yards in his Bear debut, first down in Chicago. So there's 10 total points in that game, 7-3 Miami, but Atlanta leads the Chargers 10-zip. A couple 7-0s, and then still 0-0 with Green Bay, Detroit, Indy, and New England. And Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, Bucks, Titans, Chiefs all still to come tonight. With Monday Night Football tomorrow, Ravens, Saints. 3rd and 15 for the Patriots. Quick pass, complete. And then maybe 8-10 yards, but 4th down, and Indy getting the ball back. 3rd and 8, Fields running around. And he's somehow going to get the first down to the 39-yard line. Should have been sacked 3 or 4 times, and ends up getting a first down after all that. So there's that. Trips top of your screen, motion man, they run a toss. And to the 35 goes Herbert. And now, as they were going to give an update during that game, they go to Minnesota, Washington. 3rd and 9, and the Vikings get the ball back, and we're live on Fox. The punt's going to be downed. In the end zone for a touchback. Almost had it the 1, but yeah. 1st and 10 Vikings from the 20. 2nd and 6 Bears. Another toss. And Khalil Herbert gets to the 30, I believe. 3rd and short. Yeah, he probably, no doubt about it, pissed off. Oh, he doinked it off the dude's fucking helmet. I didn't realize that. Yeah, he's pissed. That's a good one. Basically, you know, out of that was, man, I can't believe I fucking did that. Like, when was the last time, if ever, he's doinked it off of, especially in the red zone, defender's helmet, and then it's picked off when, you know, probably should have been a touchdown. Like, you do see that, you don't just see it often. No, that's the thing. Bears do get a first down. Bills kickoff. Jets on the return. Out past the 35-40, got a flag. It's coming back. Probably a holder blocking the back to the 45. Another toss. David Montgomery this time from Iowa State for 2. And they literally pull him down by his towel. 3rd and 1 for the Jags out of the eye. Trevor Lawrence going to toss near side. And then nowhere to go for Travis Etienne. And Raiders get the ball back up 7. Got to find a running game, no doubt about it. All starts up front. Got to be able to block through on the football. Good offensive line and running game's quarterback's best friend. Be able to run to pass to run. Of course, keep defense on their heels. Got to have some balance and consistency. But also, in the meantime, going to rely on special teams when needed. So, a lot of tosses on these past few plays. They give us some stats now on the left side of our screen for you know, for the most part, early, mid first quarter, end of the first quarter in Atlanta. You know, from stat leaders, Chicago's still on this drive, 3rd and 10, pass complete near side, and well, they're getting on their fucking first down. Jesus Christ. So, Miami's defense, 6-minute game, but you always want to have a defense that bends but doesn't break. Seems like they're breaking early, but they do have a lead, so still a lot of ball left. Jets get a first down. Zach Wilson on the completion. So, yeah. Scoring-wise, everything's what it was. Here we go. Panthers, Bengals. 2nd and 8 for Cincy. Burrow's pass complete. T. Higgins. First down, and then 3rd and 1. Cousins gets the first down on a sneak. So that'll probably do it for the first quarter. Yeah, we're at the end of one in Atlanta, Chicago, and Washington. Everything else nearing the end of the quarter. So 10-0 Atlanta, 7-3 Miami. Vikings lead 7-0 as well. And then everything else is nearing the end of the first quarter. 7-0 Bengals, 7-0 Bills, 7-0 Raiders. And still, the Packers and Lions and Colts Patriots are tied at 0. Another first down for the Bengals. 1, 2, 3 and counting to play in the first. Okay. What's up, big dog? How you doing, buddy? What's up? Cincy 1st and 10 from the 14, motion man, They do hand off on the end around, and I believe that's Sample, if I'm not mistaken, down to the 5, or Taylor. The 2nd and 1. Yeater on the tackle. We are. Zach Wilson and the Jets. Hand off, and then nowhere to go. So 1st and goal, Bengals now on a sneak. Come back to Dolphins, Bears. And Chicago's got a 1st and 10 to begin the 2nd quarter from the 18. Looking to either cut this lead to a point with a field goal or retake the lead as they went up 3-0 early. This will make it 10-7, and they do score. Justin Fields on a passing touchdown. Cole Kmet from just east and South Bend, now Chicago Bear. And Golden Domers with a big upset of Clemson last night. Bears 9-7 over the Dolphins. Extra point to come. So this game here with the Dolphins and Bears, oh my. I guess we're taking a trip to the zoo today. With that game, the Panthers and Bengals. Hell, even the Seahawks and Cardinals as well. Extra point up and good. This game here with Miami and Chicago might be coming down to the wire in the 4th quarter. You'd really think about it if it keeps up. You know, it might be one of those games to keep an eye on. Buffalo going to hold New York out on the 3rd and 5. And Wilson's hurt now. So Joe Flacco, if I'm not mistaken, the backup. They still have Mike White, right? So, of course, he was hurt. Fucking all the MILFs around the world in the offseason. And, of course, didn't return until late September, early October, about a month or so ago. And, New York's at 5-3. First time, I believe, they said since 2011. So good 11, 12 years. That when the Bills and Jets have met in the regular season, or just at least this early in the regular season, I should say, that they're both above 500 because the Bills are 6-1 and the Jets are 5-3. So it seems like everybody's middle of the pack. You take a look at the standings. Yeah, some teams are starting to pull away. Some teams are still there with only 2 or 3 wins. The Texans are the lone. The Texans and the Lions are the lone 2 one-win teams. Of course, the Eagles are the lone unbeaten. That pass going to be caught. They're going to say he's short, though, no touchdown. But, Buffalo would be undefeated if they didn't lose at Miami. Of course, Tua got hurt, and then he got hurt a few days later. And then, since then, it's been okay, it seems like, after his return. 53-yard field goal. You're not going to slip and squib it like you did the opening kick. 53-yard field goal up and good by the Jets. So Zach Wilson injured. He seems okay on the sideline, though. It seems like he just, got a stinger. Might have just rolled his ankle because it looked like a lower body injury pointing to his foot. So the Bengals are going to challenge. Got a first challenge today. See a replay here. He caught it. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. I mean, you have to find indisputed evidence to overturn it. They might have it, they might not. I mean, they're rolling on the field, though. He's down, short of the goal line, at the half-yard line. First goal, second goal from there. But they might overturn that for a touchdown. And Cincinnati might, of course, be up, 14-0 here before too long. 3rd and 10 for the Packers. Empty set, play clock at 3. Got to get it off. They've already burned a timeout. Rodgers going to go deep near side. Complete to the Lizard, Allen Lazard, inside the 10-5, touchdown Packers. That's a touchdown. That is a touchdown. The refs will say fumble. Yeah, that's a touchdown. Down by contact still, he's in the end zone. That's a touchdown. Then the ball came out. Ground can't cause a fumble, I might add. That's a touchdown. The refs huddling up. They're going to say he's down short of the goal line. So Green Bay 1st and goal. Surprise, Packers on the road. The refs didn't huddle up and one say touchdown, and then one signal for a stoppage. That's a touchdown. Talk about Bengals challenging. LaFleur needs to challenge that for the Packers. That's a fucking touchdown for Green Bay. Knee down right there, but we need a goal line shot. There you go. Knees down right there, but the ball is right there on the goal line. That's a fucking touchdown. He might be an inch short, but that's a touchdown. You got to look at that. Thing is, it's not a scoring play, so as all scoring plays were reviewed, they signaled he was down. So Green Bay then would have to challenge. But they should punch it in here, 1st and goal. Whatever you do, don't turn it over like you did on a slant, doink it off the opponent's helmet. You got to hand off and run it like you should have earlier. Dillon on the give, nowhere to go. 38-yard field goal by the Raiders. Kick up and is good. 10-0 for them against the Jags. Back to some other scores, if there is any. We'll check in here. That's a catch, but then, he does lean forward, but he's then, going the other way and he's out. Yeah, it's control and possession. We know that. Like, I don't know why they need to go to the fucking rules expert every fucking time. Like, if you know, you know. Like, all it takes is common sense. They're going to say still short, call stands, Bengals charged. A challenge and a timeout, so they'll have one remaining the rest of the game and then one timeout this first half, early second quarter. So you got 10-0 Falcons, 10-7 Bears, 7-0 Bengals about to score, though, just like Green Bay here potentially. Jets with that field goal at 7-3 Buffalo, 7-0 Skins, or 7-0 Vikings over the Skins, and 10-0 Raiders with that field goal as well. But a 3rd and goal for the Pack. Another handoff, and they get stuffed. So the Lions going to hold. You sort of got to go for it. I mean, you're tied at 0. You would like a lead. You'd like to get some points with the field goal, but I think Green Bay should go for this. Normally I'd say take the points, but it's early, Like, nothing's really happening for either team, so you got to try to find some momentum. You got to get a spark. You got to get some points. 2nd and 6 for the Finns. Maybe a free play. Chicago jumped off sides, it looks like, from the 10-yard line. Complete in the flat near side. And the former Niner, Jeff Wilson, on the reception. So 2 former 49er backs in South Beach now. Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense, even though it was an offside. And then, Miami's going to luck out and get automatic first down. Should be half the distance. Be 1st and goal inside the 10-yard line, looks like. Keep the chat questions and comments rolling. I'll get to them in a minute. Washington with a 3rd and 8, and Heineke going to get sacked back at the 32, 4th and a mile, and they'll punt. So, a lot of close games right now. 1.5, nothing 2 scores. Actually, do have a 2-score lead now. Cincinnati does score 14-0 Bengals. So I'm sure they'll show that touchdown here in a minute after whatever Miami does on 1st and goal. But Cincinnati does score 14-0 Bengals at home against the Carolina Panthers. 1st and goal from the 3, got a Dolphin timeout. 10-40 feet of play in the half, they could use one. And just, of course, make sure you're set. Folk from 49 yards out on the field goal, and the kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. So Patriots 3, Colts nothing, early second quarter. What else we got going on? Commercial break, and then Bills Jets, even though we're watching that already on CBS, along with Viking Skins on Fox. All right, Buffalo with an incomplete pass. So still 7-3. Yeah, scoring-wise, everything's what it just was. They'll probably take us back to Miami, Chicago after this timeout. Where's the Bengal touchdown? Let's see that. Actually, we do go back to Miami, Chicago. First and goal after the timeout. First and goal at the 3. Let me go to Mike Gesicki. Complete touchdown, Tyreek Hill. Back and forth. Dolphins retake the lead 13-10 early second quarter. So a lot of scoring. Maybe the first to, 35-40 wins this game. Unless they can, recoup at halftime and settle down and settle the hell in, and maybe these defenses, make some stops in third, fourth quarter. But fourth and goal, Green Bay going to go for it. Okay, that was the end of the quarter now, start the second. So I'm like, why the hell so much time passed and still fucking fourth and goal for them? But here we go. Fourth and goal, Packers from the 1.5, 2 yard line. And fake the give, roll out, and then come back to his fucking offensive lineman, and then is picked off in the end zone again. So even with Rodgers getting key pieces back today, he's now still turned it over twice in the red zone, inside the 5 yard line, in the end zone, on 2 passes that probably should have been runs. And, I don't mind that play call. You're on some trickery. You fake the give, you roll out, and then you throw it, back near side to an eligible offensive lineman, and he lobbed it up and just threw it short and picked off. So Lions with a touchback, and first and 10, Detroit at the 20. So just Green Bay cannot catch a break. They have nothing on their side right now. Nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. Like, not a damn thing has gone their way. They just, has to be so frustrating. But first and 10 Lions now from the 20, handoff and a couple yards. So, no, I was talking about the standings a little bit ago. The Eagles are the lone unbeaten now, officially at 8-0 with the win on Thursday. The second best team record-wise behind them is, in fact, the Bills at 6-1. Got a few other 6-win teams, I might add. And they're also in the NFC East, along with the Vikings, who are up 7-0 at Washington. But, Dallas and New York, the Giants, Big Blue, who will be at Dallas on Thanksgiving. And I'll have live watch-along actions over on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. But, everybody else then has 2, 3, 4 wins. Kansas City's quiet 5-2, just like Baltimore at 5-3. Baltimore very well could also be undefeated, if you think about it. And myself as a Steeler fan, yes, I did just say that. Miami's at 5-3 as well, just like the Jets. New England at 4-4. It's going to be an interesting finish down the stretch, to say the least. Cincinnati coming off Super Bowl appearance at 4-4. Tennessee's a quiet 5-2, I think. Titans, Chiefs tonight on Sunday Night Football. 3rd and 9, Chargers get the first down. Cousins complete first down Vikings to Thielen out past the 40. And they'll move the sticks. Commercial break on CBS with Buffalo and the Jets, I might add. But no, you got your good teams, which are, Philadelphia, Buffalo, and this is in no particular order, but those two at the top for sure. And then from here on out, as Herbert hands off on 1st and 10. Eckler, 9-yard run as they near halftime. You know, the Vikings, who their one loss is at Philadelphia on a Monday night. Dallas and New York. Seattle's a little surprising. And I think they wanted to, stay that way with how quiet they are also at 5-3. Also in the NFC West, you got the 49ers at 4-4, and then the Rams and Cardinals both with 3 wins at 3-4 and 3-5. 2nd and 1, handoff, nowhere to go. Punt by Buffalo, going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Minnesota 2nd and 7. Cousins over the middle, incomplete, so 3rd down. Deep ball, incomplete, and the Patriots still lead 3-0. So, you're still going to have your Packers and your Bucks, I think, make some noise here. We could see 3 teams potentially coming out of the NFC East come playoff time. Maybe 2 also in the North or the West. The South's only going to get their division winner in. And we'll see who that is. But no, I think honestly, power ranking wise, I normally don't do this, but for the hell of it, I guess right now I will. We're watching NFL RedZone for the first time. I might as well do this also for the first time as well, so let's pop that cherry. But, no doubt about it, Philly and Buffalo are the 2 best teams right now in the league. Right behind them, though, you gotta, I think, have, and once again, this is in no particular order, Minnesota, Dallas, and New York. Seattle's finding ways to win football games, though, man. I'd watch out for the Seahawks. I would. I know I said earlier this year, touchdown Chargers, by the way, they cut the lead. And I'm sort of eating my words right now. I think everybody is, after they get rid of Russ and, he goes to Denver. They won in London last week, on a bye this week. But I thought the Seahawks would be one of the worst teams in the league. Here they are at 5-3 early November. And they'll go to Germany next week to take on the Bucks, which should be a very interesting game, to say the least. No, Eagles, Bills, probably the Vikings, Cowboys, Giants. Can't count out the Chiefs, can't count out the Titans. That should be a good Sunday game tonight. Baltimore, like I said, at 5-3, very well could be undefeated. The Dolphins and the Jets, Patriots are going to be there at Belichick, finding ways to win as well. The Bengals at 500. Denver, I think, can make a run if they can find some momentum now coming off that London win. Watch out for the Broncos, because that's the thing. Been a lot of one-score games. Their defense has played extremely well. It's just been their offense, But then, once again, you can't count out Rodgers in the Pack or Brady in the Bucks. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. Of course, that's why they play the games. Touchdown Raiders, they're up now 16-0 at Jacksonville. Another passing touchdown from Derek Carr to Devontae Adams, I might add. But San Francisco is also a team to watch, with all the moves they've made recently and all the weapons they have on offense, and their defense is still stout. So, honestly, other than, we'll say the Texans and the Lions and probably the fucking Browns, but remember, Sean Watson going to be returning in about a month or so. Other than those few teams, I think everybody still has a chance. And that's why, November into December, your season's either going to be won or lost over over these next, 4, 6, 8 weeks, give or take. So we'll see what happens, but that's why they play the games. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And we got a blocked punt. Dolphins scoop it up and then run it into the end zone. So 21-10 Miami. So they're relying on special teams today. I believe that's the first blocked punt for a touchdown in the National Football League in quite some time. Got a punt from the Jets here, I might add, as well. Buffalo does not block it, but they'll call a fair catch at the 6-yard line. So, yeah, blocked punt. And then they scoop it up and run it in, about 20, 25 yards for 6. So 21-10 now, Finns over the Bears. Also some other score updates as they give us Panthers-Bengals again. 14-0 Cincinnati, but they're over the 27-yard line, running the outside of the red zone, looking to extend their lead some more. Pass complete near side to Higgins, and now they're right on the cusp of the red zone. Third down, though. Third and about 4. But 10-7 Falcons over the Chargers. Dolphins lead 21-10 over Chicago because of that blocked punt. Cincinnati 14-0 here. Still 0-0 with the Packers and Lions, but Green Bay's had chances. They turned the ball over, though, in the red zone inside the 5 with a couple interceptions in the end zone from Aaron Rodgers. So Packers, Lions tied at 0 if you're just not tuning in. Colts gave up a touchdown. New England finally scores with a 6-point lead now. 7-3 Bills over the Jets. 7-0 Vikings still. So an early touchdown, but then defenses have come to play. Got a flag on the play, sack as well. Down goes Joe Burrow. And then the Raiders with the biggest lead at 17. 17-0 at Jacksonville. Miami up 11, 21-10. And then 14 for Cincinnati. So those are your 3 biggest leads. Everything else, 3 or 4, you got a 6-point lead, 7-point lead. But then a tie game at 0 as well. So a little bit of everything now. Now that, some time's passed about an hour or so in these 1 o'clock kicks. But as I said, we'll see how this week 9 goes. These 8 1 o'clock games right now. If there's going to be anything that stands out, or anybody's getting blown out, or close games galore. Or, of course, that's why they play the game. So 1st and 10, make it 2nd and medium for Cincinnati. But yeah, I'll shut up for the time being. That ain't good. Packers, like I said, cannot catch a fucking break. Another injury, and it's their wide receiver number 87, as Aaron Rodgers of Joliet. Romeo Dobbs is injured. So just as they get some key guys back from injuries, they lose the guys that have stepped up in their absence to injuries also today. So, just talk about a roller coaster, man. Just 2nd and 1, cannot catch a break. 1st and goal, Bengals inside the 5 of the 3. So, yeah, you can quit showing us highlights of Panthers Bengals. That game's fucking over. 3rd and 3, Atlanta. Down goes Mariota. They still lead by 3, though, as they near the 2-minute warning. 10-7 Falcons. But Cincinnati is about to be up 17, 21-0. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars still potentially can have a chance to, come back. But it seems like the Raiders are clicking on all cylinders today, a week after they got shut out on the road last week. Mixon with another touchdown to make it 21-0 Bengals. So right on cue is on my end the scores update as well. So that was in fact live, rather than a few second delay with a touchdown with a highlight. As mentioned, I'm watching NFL RedZone for the first time ever today. Free preview. Take advantage of it when I can. So, like I said, Dolphins-Bears get interesting, but keep an eye on Packers lines. They're still tied at fucking 0. I mean, honestly, the first team to 3 points might win that game. Extra point up and good. Bengals 21-0 at home against the Carolina Panthers. So it's AFC North plays the NFC South. That's why that game's playing and going on right now. Justin Fields 2nd and 8 and down around the 22-yard line, 1st and 10, as the Bears try to cut their lead. The deficit, the Dolphin lead, once again, just back and forth, scoring on end. But as the Dolphins were the first to 20 points today, Bengals respond. They're up 21, as mentioned, as well. 21-0. 21-10 here, Dolphins. Top of the Bears. Got Tua and Justin Fields. Go back to, their SEC days together at Alabama and Georgia, respectively. Of course, before Fields transferred to Ohio State. A couple first-round draft picks as well. And now key pieces around these quarterbacks. There's potential. There's potential, but at the same point in time, it's a team sport, it's a team game. No I in team. Just find a way to win. That's all it takes. Just win, baby. So, 3rd down, Chicago. Bills out on offense. Josh Allen going back to 1970 with the stash today from the 38. He does have that Gillette deal, so I guess he can do whatever the hell he wants. But they got a 2nd and 6. And, they could be blowing out gangrene right now, but they're not. They've turned the ball over a few times, I might add. Diggs on the reception near side, and then gets it. Not necessarily deep in jet territory, but gets out past 50 to 45, 43-yard line. We'll see where they spotted that 1st and 10. But got an update with the Colts and Pats. Empty set, 3rd and 18. And Indy's pass complete near side. And good to see the 3-4-1 Colts not convert, but then got another block punt. So I always rave about special teams. You always got to rely on your special teams. You got to run the football, play good defense, rely on your special teams. We have not had a block punt in, how long in the NFL? Yeah, we've had 2 here at 1 o'clock this week 9 Sunday. Like, what the hell's going on? But, Belichick, as Frank Reich might be fighting for a job at this point, another quarterback change and firing an offense coordinator. Well, who's next on the chopping block? They can't catch a break either. I didn't necessarily mean to say, good to see the 3-4-1 Colts, get a punt blocked as they give up a touchdown there. So New England going to extend the lead to 2 scores. But I was about ready to say, and then I caught myself, and then I still said what I said, so I, take that back. But I thought Jonathan Taylor had returned, which he hasn't. As I said, good to see him back out there. But it was complete 29, not 28. Indy just traded Nyheim Hines as well. Josh Allen on a quarterback keeper down the far sideline, and he'll get into the end zone. It looks like touchdown Bills. And then Jacksonville down inside the 5 to 1, 1st and goal. So a lot of games nearing the 2-minute warning, nearing halftime. It looks like, Colts, Pats, and Bills, Jets, along with this Raider-Jaguar game, we're going to bring up the rear and be the final games to hit halftime. But as Washington has Minnesota back at the 5-yard line, 2nd and 11, wearing their alternate uniforms that they wore on the road at Dallas earlier this year, but then also the end zones and the field done up for Veterans Day. I want to say thank you and shout out to anybody who has served, is currently serving, or will serve. Thank you for your service. This Veterans Day is this upcoming Friday. Next weekend, we'll talk more about that. Then, as I'll have more NFL, along with college football, we'll have watch-along reactions coming up soon. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. But Jaguars, in the meantime, score. Taking a look at it, he might have been down. Fumble, actually. And then they recover. Was he in already for the touchdown, though? That's the thing. That's a touchdown. He's in the end zone, and then the ball came out. And then the Jags recover anyway, so... He's in. That's a touchdown. Yeah. Since it is a scoring play, all scoring plays reviewed, they're looking at it. It should be a touchdown. Got a red alert on RedZone rather than a game break. And Josh Allen, yeah, that rushing touchdown from 36 yards out. Bills lead now 14-3 over the Jets. But no, it seems like running the football, playing some good defense in some of these games, and, 2 blocked punts, special teams, key. Rodgers goes down the sack and still tied at 0 with the Packers and Lions, 2.5 to play in the half. But then got a shootout in the Windy City. As yesterday, it was really windy and raining there. Now, clear, sunny skies. No doubt about it. Take this early November 66, 70, 75, degree weather, depending on where you're at, rather than it being, 40. It'll get cold here before too long. Colder the better in the winter, but perfect is about, 50, 55, 60. But that's just my opinion. Bengals looking to go out 4 scores. And the Panthers haven't been good in God knows how long. A good 7 years. Yeah, since they went to the Super Bowl. So Rodgers gets sacked, but then okay, got another challenge, but Green Bay got a first down inside the red zone, it looks like. Justin Fields, 3rd and 8, in the end zone, caught touchdown. Wow. Just back and forth. So in that game, what defense is going to bend doesn't break? Honestly, what defense is going to bend doesn't break between the Dolphins and Bears? 21-16, here comes the extra point. Just back and forth, back and forth. Touchdown Jags, that will stand. Raiders 17-7 over Jacksonville. 7-0 Vikings. Jets, first down. Get the ball back after the Josh Allen touchdown. 14-3 Bills. Patriots 13-0. As the Colts, they, were showing some signs of life, it seemed like, after they beat the Broncos, but then, even with an extended bye, Ryan gets benched, whether he's hurt or not, I don't know what's going on in Indy. I don't. Let alone Green Bay, Tampa Bay, a few other spots around the league. ETN's touchdown, good. So, Raiders 17-7 as mentioned. Vikings 7-0. Bills 14-3. Colts with the ball, but down 13. 2nd and goal from the 5, and Joe Burrow sneaks it. When was the last time somebody fucking snuck it from the 5-yard line? 3rd and goal from about the 2. Packers looking to go up. I guess they're looking at that previous play with the challenge, 0-0. It's 21-0 here. Bengals looking to go up, like I said, 24, 28-0, 4 scores on the Carolina Panthers. Just absolutely blowing them out of the water. But then a shootout with the Dolphins and Bears. 21-17. Falcons still 10-7 over the LA Chargers. So, yeah. AP poll just released in college football, I might add as well. We'll check in on that. Got a flag on the play. 3rd and goal, rushing touchdown by Mixon once again. But might have a hold, and this might be coming back. They'll probably replay the down. Actually, an offside. Penalties going to be declined. Touchdown Bengals, and they're up 27, make it 28-0 over the Carolina Panthers. Jesus fucking Christ. Just call the game at halftime like they did that high school game with fucking IMG Academy and Bishop Sycamore's long-lost brother in West Toronto Prep, or whatever the fuck it was. 96-0 at halftime. They called the game. They didn't even play the second half. So Green Bay ended up having to punt, so they lost the challenge. So the Bengals lost the challenge and the Packers lost the challenge. So both have 1 remaining in the second half, so keep that in mind. So they had to punt. Lions with the ball, 1st and 10, got a flag on the play though. But yeah, okay, we got 1 close game and a shootout. Got 1 blowout. Got a close game and a low-scoring game, as nobody scored yet here at Green Bay and Detroit. Minnesota Washington here, 7-0 early, but, you know, another flag on play. Now here come all the yellow flags, all the dirty laundry from the Zebras. It's like, it's a penalty call. It's not, don't let them play. They have to this point, but now it seems like in every fucking game there's a penalty on every play. I'd watch out for Minnesota Washington just because, I mean, yeah. The thing with the Skins, like, Heineke's all right, like, but they still need a quarterback, man. You know, no doubt about it. Okay, Carson Wentz, but he's hurt. Heineke in, you know, all the reports about Dan Snyder and everything legally, and then selling the team, and you know, we'll see what happens there. But you know, on the field, their defense is damn good, and that's what's keeping them in the game right now. This is their 2nd NFC North opponent at home. They beat the Packers just barely a couple weeks ago. As Green Bay also almost won on the hook and ladder late, but you know, Minnesota scores early, but then it's deadlocked. Like, nothing's happened since. Chargers were down 10. They've now scored 13, make it 14 unanswered, and have taken a lead as they are about to go into halftime. So, yeah, I'd watch out for that game, but yeah, we'll see how the rest of this week 9 goes. But like I said, we're gonna recap college football momentarily. From yesterday, preview next week, we'll look into that AP top 25 poll as well. That, you know, really doesn't mean anything anymore because, of course, college football from here on out, as Jack Wilson sneaks it, 3rd and 1, and it looks like they convert. We'll see. Yeah, they'll move the sticks. Did I say Jack Wilson? I meant Zach Wilson. Miami 1st and 10 from 39. But no, the college football playoff rankings are released on Tuesday, and you know, they'll be released every Tuesday from now on out until, you know, the playoffs set. That's what they go by. So the AP poll is just released. We'll see how that looks, because then you can sort of get a read potentially on how it might look Tuesday, but maybe not. It just, you know, depends on who's on the committee and, you know, what they, you know, add in for wins, strength of schedule, all that bullshit. You know, as still no 2-loss team has ever made the college football playoff in the 4-team format, but that's going, of course, going to be expanding in the next couple years. Back to the NFL. Yeah, got a 2nd and 10 for the Skins at the 26. Under a minute to play in the half. Still got 2 timeouts. Going to look to either cut this lead or tie it up going into the half. As either this game or the Chargers-Falcons going to hit halftime first. And then Dolphins-Bears. And then everything else at about 2 minutes. But you can give Cincinnati a win unless they blow it. They're up 28-0. And then everything else could still go either way. I mean, you'd probably give New England a win right now, I'd say, too. Because Indy just, like I said, I don't know what the hell's going on with the Colts. Seems like they're showing some signs, but then just like what the hell has happened the past couple weeks, like they've fallen off the face of the fucking earth. 1st and 10, and Detroit looking to take a early lead, even though Green Bay probably should be putting it to them. Turnovers, man. Killers. So 3rd and 6 Dolphins. As that pass by Heineke, I might add, was deflected and complete. So Tua, Tyreek Hill down the near sideline and pushed out around the 20. Be 1st and 10. Still got 2 timeouts, 52 seconds, and they're going to look to extend their lead going into halftime. Goff from the 15, 2nd and 6 going to hand off, and 2 yards. 1st and 10 from the 18. Tua hands off, Raheem Mostert, nowhere to go. Maybe want to call a timeout, 2nd down. Heyo. Skins with a field goal, 7-3. Jets to the 40, but still got a ways to go. There's the Washington field goal from a second ago. 44 yards. Yeah. And the kick's good. Thank you, Chris Myers. NASCAR championship in about 45 minutes or so. They'll get their green flag. Slant over the middle, caught, and then 1st and goal Lions at the 1. They got 3 timeouts and 40 seconds of counting. Green Bay can't stop the clock. So if I'm Detroit, 1st goal at the 1, I'd be in no hurry. But, clock's ticking. You still got 3 timeouts. You do want to end up scoring here. You're going to want to sneak it. You're going to want to run the ball. You're not going to want to throw here. Lions are probably going to be up 3-7-0 here at halftime. But they might have called one right there at 27 seconds, and they do. As mentioned, NASCAR championship soon from out in the desert. Got Chase Elliott, Joe Logano, Christopher Bell, and after what Ross Chastain did last week, he's also the championship for it. You know what I'm talking about? Just Google Ross Chastain. I'm sure it'll pop up. As talk about video games, last night college football had the highest scoring college football game ever in regulation with Houston and SMU. We'll get to that in a second. But the Bengals are up 28-0 on the Panthers right now. At the Chargers and Falcons go to halftime. LA 14, Atlanta 10. Lions handoff, nowhere to go. 2nd and goal from the half-yard line. Timeout with 20 seconds. Clock still ticking. Now they call it timeout. So they'll have 1 left and time. A couple plays, they should score. But we'll see. Going old school Motown. 2nd and 6 from the 23 for the Raiders. Minute 1 and 2 timeouts, up 10, handoff. Jacobs to the 20 for 3. 3rd down, about 3. Timeout, we'll see who it's by, but 2nd and goal Lions from the half-yard line. And the Lions will fake the give. He's wide fucking open. Throw it to him. Touchdown. Lions 6-0. 15 seconds to play in the half. Offensive linemen celebrate with the spike. But Shane Zylstra must be from the Zathura world. Catches his first touchdown. And, Green Bay got beat on that play. And offensively, they're turning the ball over, so They got to get their head out of their ass if they want to win this game. 3rd and 3, Raiders from the 20. They're in field goal range, but Carr going to the end zone, and that's pass interference. No. Incomplete. They'll kick the field goal, so Carlson off for about a 47, 48-yard kick. They got a 37, 38-yard kick, excuse me. They're at the 20, not the 30. Yeah, he underthrew him, but, you know, the defender never turned around. That should have been a PI, but they sort of fell at the same time. So, Carlson, 38-yard field goal from the 20. Because it's, you know, the yard distance from wherever the ball is at to the goal line, plus the 10, and then 7, 8 yards from the snap to the hold of the kick. So, yeah, you do the math, it's 37, 38 yards. 20-7 Raiders. Back to Miami and Chicago. We got a 3rd and 15 back of the 24, so I'd assume penalties hurt them. He somehow makes that pass. Jesus Christ. Fell down, you know, doing a split. Makes the completion. And be 4th and about 3, I'd say. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, 4th and 3 for Miami. They'll probably kick it. Go up 7 at half. Yeah, 4th and 3, 12 seconds, no timeouts. I mean, you got 2 plays if you convert, but you got to take the points. You're on the road, you're up, and you also receive the second half kick, I might add. So, Chargers-Falcons, a lone game at halftime right now. Everything else, momentarily. The Lions, with the extra point, did it get blocked? Roughing the kicker. How are they reviewing a roughing the kicker? How can you review penalties? You can't. Other than targeting. What the fuck? That ain't roughing. Jesus Christ. That's more running. That's a 5-yard penalty compared to a 15-yard penalty. But then it's an extra point. It's like, well, is the Lions really going to go for 2? They probably would, but then they probably wouldn't get it. 29-yard field goal by the Dolphins, but he missed it. Jesus Christ. He hooked it wide left. Shanked it. On an easy chip shot, he missed it. And Miami can't believe it. Good God. Alright. So there's that. Still 21-17 Fins. Yeah, Jets ball. 1st and 10. 1st and goal, more so. The nod to 6. Trips near side. They'll run it up the middle, touchdown Jets. And they cut the lead. 14-9, extra point to come. So they're reviewing the roughing the kicker on an extra point, which you can't review fucking penalties other than targeting. So I guess they're just making shit up on the fly today. And that was more running than roughing. It wasn't even a fucking penalty anyway. It was an acting job. Why are they showing a 4th and 1 before the touchdown run? Alright, replay for whatever the fuck reason. 7-3. Yeah, Minnesota throws a pick in the end zone. 10 for Jefferson, almost caught and then picked off. Yeah, I just saw that live time. So halftime, 7-3 Vikings. Gonna hit halftime, it looks like, in Chi-Town as well. And then we're waiting on an update with the Lions and Packers. I mean, it's not like Green Bay's going to do anything. They don't have any timeouts to take a knee anyway and get them to half. But, you know, like, okay, so I guess because of the penalty, Detroit will go for 2 up 6 to make an 8-0 lead. And maybe the difference when it's all said and done. Handoff, and he's in. They actually do convert a 2-point attempt. So the Lions are now up 8-0 on the Packers. Good God. So there's that confirmation. There's that update. Halftime, as mentioned on Fox with Minnesota and Washington, halftime highlights now. So they'll give an update on everything going on, which, for the most part, we've been doing. But, yeah, an odd score now, 8-0. And 1st and 10 for Indy. They got 2 timeouts in 36 seconds with a 23-yard line. If they don't cut this lead before halftime, there's something seriously fucking wrong. Ellinger looking to throw. He dumps off. And then only a few yards, 2nd down. Yep. All right, go to Jacksonville, 3rd and 3 for the Jags. And Trevor Lawrence going to tuck it and run and get a few more yards than that out past midfield to the 45. And they got a couple timeouts in time, so do something before halftime, cut the lead again. 2nd and 6 from the 19. Colts pump fake, and then pass complete, but it's going to lose a few yards. It'll be 3rd and 10. Go the wrong way, man. Okay, back to Jacksonville. Timeout, Colts, by the way. Yeah, so 3rd and 10, 20 seconds on timeout, down 13. Jacksonville the timeout, 1st and 10, 26 seconds. We got a split screen, side by side, both games now, back to the Raiders and Jags. Let's actually show off the highlights of that game at halftime on Fox. And complete to 38. 2nd down. He gets out of bounds. Clock stops. Sideline your best friend in the situation. Got a timeout by either the Bills or the Jets. Got a 1st and 10. Buffalo at the 40. 14-10 your score. As we also hit halftime with the Lions up 8-0 on the Packers. Dolphins 21-17 at Chicago. As mentioned, LA and Atlanta already at halftime, 14-10 Chargers, and 7-3 Vikings at Washington. Got Raiders Chargers here, or Raiders Jaguars, excuse me. Bills Jets, Colts Patriots, and the Bengals game's already fucking over, so who cares? 28-0. But yeah, those are the 3 games that they actually give us, 1, 2, 3 in a triangle. Watch all 3 of these at once right now. Now to Buffalo, New York, 1st and 10, 43. And pump fake, and then the pass incomplete. So 2nd and 10. Still got timeout in 14 seconds. All right, take us back to Raiders Jags. Take us back to Raiders Jags. They'll stick with it. I'd like to see Raiders Jags, or like I said, Colts Patriots, because I'm already watching Bills Jets on CBS, along with Viking Skins on Fox, and this NFL RedZone. So from the 43, 2nd and 10. Now 4 games. Well, they give us fucking Panthers, Bengals for whatever reason. With Baker Mayfield on the sideline. Back in OHIO, where he used to play for the Browns, but his new home's in Carolina, and his new home's on the bench because he's not the starting quarterback, and they trail 28-0, but maybe they need to go to him. All right, back to Indy, New England, and timeout, 27 seconds. Belichick gets a confirmation from the Whitecapper. He gives a heads up. There's Fireman Ed. Got a 3rd and 10 for the Bills from the 43. 10 seconds. Got a timeout. You got to get 8 yards. And now we're going to have another timeout. All right. So take us back, as mentioned, to either Raiders, Jaguars, or Colts Patriots. They give us fucking Panthers, Bengals when it's 28-0 as Joe Burrow goes down the sack. Jesus Christ. Now Colts Patriots, 3rd and 6. Talking about OHIO. Paris Campbell in motion. Ellinger looking to throw. Rolls out and will be pushed out of bounds and loses 2 yards to make it 4th and 8. and they'll kick the field goal. Here's Jaguars getting about 6-7 yards. Got a second down. Got to spike it. Yeah, and timeout's got to clock it. They'll wait till 4, 3, 2 now. Yeah. And Jacksonville gonna kick the extra point, or kick the field goal, excuse me, going into the halftime. No touchdowns, no extra point. Field goal from about 40 yards, 44 yards. Kick up and good. So 20-10 Raiders at halftime against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Vikings 7-3 at halftime. Give us, oh my God, why Panthers Bengals? It's 28 fucking nothing, about to be 31-35 nothing. Give us Colts Patriots now. Even Bills Jets. Another touchdown? No, they say he's out, incomplete. Got a flag on the play, I might add as well, so we'll see the dirty laundry is. See a replay here. He caught it, but he was most definitely out of bounds. One. Yeah, no, that's incomplete. Bass on from 55 yards to end the half. Give Bills a 17-10 lead. And they can't ice him because Jets don't have any timeouts. 55-yard kick up and no good. Hooked it wide right. So 14-10 Bills now at the half on top of the Jets. So back to Panthers Bengals. Scoring review. It's incomplete. Might have been good in college for a, about 1 foot down, if that, but you got to have 2 down in the NFL. And he most definitely did not. Yeah, left foot's down there, but then the right's like mid in the air, about to kick the defender in the nuts. He caught it, but then he's going out of bounds, so that's incomplete. Actually, he did drag the right. That might be a touchdown. Jesus Christ. All these other games are going to halftime. We're about to begin the third quarter now with the Chargers and Falcons. This game's going to be the first one to get over. All right. Early third quarter. That actually might be a touchdown by the Bengals now. So make it 35-0. But they still got 11 seconds. They're in field goal range. At least kick a field goal before halftime. If this is going to, be overturned. I don't even know what the call on the field was, but it's a scoring review, so it had to have been a touchdown then on the field. But we're also inside of 2 minutes. So everything's going to come from above in the booth. So, yeah. 3rd and 10. After review. Stands, it's incomplete. So it was incomplete on the field then, all right. So 3rd and 10. They still got, 2 shots here. I mean, really 1 play. And if you don't, get it in, or at least get out of bounds they want to reset the play clock. Have a chance to kick the field goal here potentially. So this is the last game to go to halftime, even though it's 28-0. I think, a lot of time would have ran off by now, but of course not. 3rd and 10 from the 12. Burrow going to roll out near side. In the end zone, caught, touchdown. Joe Mixon once again. Jesus Christ. How many touchdowns is that for him today? Joe Mixon has 4 touchdowns as the Bengals lead 34-0. So, congrats if you have him in fantasy, and good luck if you're playing against them in fantasy. But, 34-0. Carolina, just pack up your fucking bags and go to the airport and go home. Game's over. Okay, so everything's at halftime, other than Chargers-Falcons. They just begin the third quarter. 14-10 LA. At halftime, here's the extra point first off. They'll have to kick off as well, so Carolina will either, you know, take a knee, or if they squib it, get a, you know, return time will run off. But Dolphins lead the Bears 21-17 at halftime. The Bengals lead the Panthers right now 35-0. Packers, Lions, and Vikings, Skins are going to be the two games to watch out for, though, I think. As Detroit leads Green Bay 8-0 at halftime, and Minnesota leads Washington 7-3 at halftime. New England 13-0 over Indy, Bills 14-10 at the Jets, and the Raiders are up 20-10 at Jacksonville. Of course, still to come, NFL Week 9, we'll have the Seahawks and Cardinals, along with the Bears and Buccaneers. Sunday Night Football, Titans, Chiefs. Monday Night Football, Ravens, Saints. The Browns, Cowboys, Broncos, Giants, Steelers, and 49ers are all on byes, I might add. But this, of course, all after the Eagles defeated the Texans on Thursday Night Football 29-17. So they'll give us Chargers, Falcons early third quarter until, something else comes out of halftime, and then we'll get back into it the second half and third and fourth quarter, with more updates. Of course, on the kickoff, we're going to have Cincinnati recover a fumble. So they could have another chance to score, but in the meantime, clock expires, so we had halftime 35-0 Bengals. Talk about these Panthers, down 35-0 at halftime today. They'll host the Falcons on Thursday Night Football next week. So here's a preview for Week 10, as that'll be Thursday Night Football, Falcons, Panthers. Got an NFL game in Germany for the first time next Sunday. Seahawks, Buccaneers, after, of course, the 3 London games this year, as they've been, doing that now for a good 15 years or so. They'll go to Mexico City, return to Mexico City, I should say, for the first time since before COVID. Right before Thanksgiving, I might add as well. So the next 2 weeks, they'll go to Germany and Mexico City. But Seahawks Bucks is in Deutschland. Got a damn good game at 1 o'clock next Sunday. Vikings Bills, as Minnesota's lone loss is at Philadelphia. They're undefeated. Both these teams, very well could be undefeated. Buffalo lost at Miami, but Vikings Bills, Stephon Diggs game, if you will. That's next Sunday. Could also call it the Case Keenum game. He's backing up Josh Allen, former quarterback for Minnesota, who actually threw the Minneapolis Miracle to Diggs, I might add, before they traded for him. And really the only reason why the Bills traded for Stephon Diggs is because Antonio Brown, after he was traded by the Steelers, the Bills didn't want to play in upstate Western New York in Orchard Park with Buffalo, and now, of course, he's out of the league and whatnot, but that was his own decision, and got Vikings Bills next week. Got the Lions and Bears, I might add, as well. Oh my. Broncos Titans should be interesting. Jaguars Chiefs. The Dolphins will host the Cleveland Browns. Got Texans Giants. I'll have live watch along reactions over on YouTube of Saints Steelers, so be sure to tune in for that. Got the Colts at the Raiders. Cowboys Packers is always a damn good game. And then Cardinals Rams. Sunday Night Football next week is Chargers 49ers. So as LA and the Bay Area and San Francisco already hate each other for whether it be the Angels and the A's or the Dodgers and the Giants, let alone the Rams and Niners, the Chargers and Niners on Sunday Night Football. So the 49ers actually got the Rams at home on a Monday night, and now they'll also get the Chargers at home on a Sunday next week. And on Monday Night Football next week is Washington, Philadelphia. So Philly getting a bye week 2 weeks ago, beat the Steelers last Sunday, played on Thursday this past week, a mini bye, plus they'll play on Monday night at home next week against Washington, which should be a good game. And 4 teams on byes next week, Week 10. Those will be the Bengals, Patriots, Jets, and Ravens. So there's that. Got a couple penalties on the play. Chargers 14, Falcons 10, 11-17 to play in the third. Vikings Skins just began the second half as well. Washington football down 4-7-3. So There's the second half kick, I might add. All right, there's that. Wanted to also update college football from this past weekend. The AP poll released about a half hour or so ago now. This is the AP poll for the top 25 in college football. They'll go by this for 2 days until the college football playoff rankings are released on Tuesday night. So, replay of what was or wasn't a touchdown. Actually, a deep ball into triple coverage plus the ref. Oh my god! That was rolled a touchdown. Okay. Yeah, he was never down. He's in the end zone, and that is a touchdown. Holy shit! How the hell did he make that throw for one? And then also, how the hell did he catch that? As the ref literally took out the one fucking defender. And then it was still double coverage. So it was triple coverage on players, but then quadruple coverage with the ref. And then Heineke still, puts it right on the money, and the receiver and Curtis Samuel makes the catch, and then he's in the end zone. Touchdown. The previous plays under review. So, second play of the half? Oh my god. That's... How the fuck does that happen with the ref and that player? And then the player's like, what the fuck? Like, why'd you do that? Oh my. Yeah, how do you make that throw? He, leaped into midair and just heaved it. Hail Mary to begin the second half. And that's the catch, and that's a touchdown, because he was never down, and he got in the end zone. And then a defensive turnover. Khalil Mack down to about the 20, it looks like. Was it an interception or was it a fumble? I missed that. I was watching that replay. Oh, big hit and then a fumble. He literally just stripped it out of the dude's hands and then returned it, as mentioned, inside the 20, down inside the 10, I guess first and goal around the 5. Back to it, second down and 3 for the Dolphins, 21-17. And Tua's pass in the end zone caught, touchdown to the Penguin, Jalen Waddle. So Miami 27, make it 28-17. A lot going on, Jesus Christ. All right, there's that. That's a touchdown for Washington, though. How the hell does that happen, though, with the ref colliding with the player? I think we've seen a little bit of everything today, good or bad. Like, seriously. And that's honestly for the first time in quite a while. Like, we've had, rushing touchdowns, passing touchdowns, special teams touchdowns. Had a, almost defensive score there, but then special teams mistakes, long field goals, missed field goals, the slip on the opening kickoff, a 2-point attempt, a lot of flags, a ref colliding with a player, like the list goes on and on and on. 1st and 10 Packers from the 43, toss, and nowhere to go. Jones going to lose about 5-6 yards midfield. Touchdown Washington. 9-7, make it 10-7. So, how the hell, 1, did he throw that? 2, did they catch that? And 3, the ref do what he did to the player. Yeah, he tried to get out of the way, and he ran into the player, and it's accidental contact, and there's nothing really he can do. So, 10-7, Washington. Or did I jinx an extra point? Up and good. It is 10-7. Okay. Rodgers dumps off, and it is complete. 3rd down and long, though. But, no, back to this AP Top 25 poll before I forget. Georgia's won now after defeating Tennessee yesterday. Ohio State's 2 after barely beating Northwestern. That team up north for the Buckeyes in Michigan's number 3 after they were trailing Rutgers at halftime last night, but then blew them out in the second half. TCU jumps to 4. Tennessee falls to 5 with the loss. Oregon 6. LSU with an overtime win at home at night last night in Death Valley against the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Rodgers goes deep, and what a defensive play, incomplete, and he had it too. It would have been a touchdown, but then just a good, defensive play, and Rodgers pissed. You got to give credit to the defender though. He had him right on the money. Should have been caught for a touchdown, but then left hand up and batted it down incomplete. So 4th down, and the Packers are now going to have to punt. Kickoff with the Raiders and Jags to begin the second half, and might add as well. Return from the 3. You're going to have a kickoff return for a touchdown? I think so. 30, 35, 40. 45 down, out past the 50 to 45. Close, but no cigar. 2nd and 5 from the 40, though. Lawrence pass complete near side. First down, got a flag on the play. Washington on the kickoff after the touchdown, 10-7. We're going to about return from halftime as well. The Bills and Jets, I might add, Buffalo at 14-10. Got a hold on the defense. We'll see if they take it. No, they decline it because of the first down. Automatic first down anyway. Okay. No, but LSU's 7 now after a win against Alabama last night. USC, UCLA are 8 and 9. Talk about Alabama, they're 10. Ole Miss 11. Clemson falls to 12 after they got blown out in what Dabo Swinney called an ass-kicking against Notre Dame, who is now ranked 20th, I might add. Clemson, as mentioned, 12. Utah's 13. Penn State jumps a few spots to 14 in AP top 25 poll, but I would think, like I said yesterday, they'll be anywhere from 12 to 15. It was, contingent depending on what was going to happen last night, but 14 in the top 25 poll, or 15 in the college football playoff rankings right now. That's probably where they'll be come Tuesday night, I think, as well. Carolina 15, North Carolina, that is. Tulane jumps to 16. NC State 17. Texas hosts TCU Saturday night. They're 18. Liberty's 19 after a big road win in Arkansas yesterday. Notre Dame, as mentioned, 20. Illinois 21. They lost only for the second time this year yesterday at home against Michigan State. Their 2 losses in conference against Indiana and Michigan State, but like what, of course, Brett Bielema is doing in Champaign. As I said, when they hired him at the end of 2020, give him a couple years, he'll get the program, going in the right direction, and the Fighting Illini will stay in the top 25 even after a loss to Michigan State yesterday. UCF 22, they actually play at Tulane on Saturday. That should be a game. Kansas State 23, Washington 24 after they beat Oregon State Friday night. And then Florida State rounds out the top 25 at 25 after they beat the U in blowout fashion last night from South Beach. Speaking of Florida, here we go. Raiders, Jaguars from Jacksonville. 1st and 10, bubble screen, Lawrence complete. And inside the 10, down to the 5, got a 2nd and 1. 3rd and 6 for the Bears. Talk about South Beach. Miami's at Chicago up 28-17, but Bears ball. Tight end in motion. Got a turnover, it looks like, with the Bills and Jets. And it's going to be Buffalo Bill football, it looks like. 3rd and 6, Justin Fields on a quarterback keeper, and he's going to run into the end zone from 50-plus, and they cut the lead again. So back and forth with the Dolphins and Bears. This game, a lot like Miami's come from behind to win. It feels like at Baltimore earlier this year. It's just this time around they were up, and now, they're not necessarily blowing a lead. They're holding on, but, Chicago's come back. This is just back and forth. That's why I said what defense doesn't break when this game comes down to it. So, as mentioned, turnover with the Bills and Jets. Minnesota ball after giving up that touchdown to begin the half. They trail now for the first time today, 10-7. But a big first down run by Justin Fields. and they're going to go for 2. It's 28-23. This, of course, will make it a one-score game then with a field goal deficit at 28-25. If they convert, or they drop on a 2-point play here. Fields under center and fake the give, and then tight end wide open in the flat, and they convert. So 28-25 is your score there. Lawrence hands off, and Miami leads 28-25 as mentioned. Jacksonville got a first and goal at the 2, down 10 against the Raiders. Everything now, early third quarter, as Panthers-Bengals begin the second half. 35-0 Cincinnati, as mentioned. Still 8-0 Lions against the Packers. Jacksonville going to try to cut this lead still. Minnesota has to punt. So early 7-0 lead, but then Washington scored 10 unanswered. And really those 10 points have come right before halftime and right after halftime, early third quarter, and 10-7 your score. Yeah, so there's the turnover, but yeah. Get the first down. 14-10 your score there, as mentioned. 14-10 in Chargers-Falcons still. 28-25 Dolphins over the Bears. Miami getting the ball back after giving up a big run, and then the touchdown, and then the 2-point, I might add. Bengals 35-0 over the Panthers. As mentioned, Lions 8-0 leading the Green Bay Packers. So even Green Bay, with getting players back, they still have problems. Like, I don't know what it's been the past month. They have not been able to, play football to save their life. They can't catch a break. They haven't won since they beat New England in overtime early October. Patriots still lead the Colts 13-0. As mentioned, Bills 14, Jets 10, Washington 10-7 over the Vikings. And here's second goal for the Jaguars back at the 7, down 20-10 against the Raiders. Those are the 8 games on right now here at 1 o'clock. Eagles beat the Texans on Thursday, I might add, and still got a few games to come today, and of course Monday Football tomorrow night. Lawrence in the end zone caught touchdown. Jaguars down 4, make it through the extra point. So I'm going to have to watch this game now to see how interesting this gets down the stretch. Okay, 8-0 handoff, but no gain. Okay, yeah, what's the rewind? Okay, the defense getting Rodgers and the offense the ball back, but was there a turnover? There had to have been a turnover. Yeah, interception. Okay, I was going to say. So maybe that's the spark Green Bay needs. They got to capitalize off this turnover because, remember, their 2 turnovers, Detroit, couldn't capitalize off to save their lives either. But, still at the same time, man, just you can't turn the ball over in the red zone, which Rodgers does once again. Oh, my God. 3 interceptions inside the 20 today, and they still trail 8-0. So, like I just said, got to be able to capitalize on turnover. They turn it over again themselves. Just good defensive play. Like, he had Tunyon over the middle, and the defender, I believe that's Amani Orioware, with the pick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 3 INTs by Rodgers today inside the 20, and they trail 8-0. So, can't turn the ball over. Atlanta first and goal from the 9, gonna be brought down inside the 5 to the 3, still trail by 4 after giving up 14 unanswered after a 10-0 lead. Washington gets a first down. Jets 3rd and 2. Wilson pass complete. They get the first down as well. Atlanta 3rd and goal after an incompletion in the end zone, so no touchdown. Colts Patriots 2nd and 13. And bubble screen complete, but then a fumble. And the Colts recover, so maybe that's the spark they need. They're down 13. Jacoby Myers, a former quarterback in college, gets the ball punched out, and yeah, looks like it'll be Indy football 1st and 10. Touchdown Patterson again in his return. Touchdown Falcons. He's accounted for both scores and then, the field goal. So 16-14. That game's going to be interesting. Got one blowout and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7. I'm not going to count Colts Patriots yet. It's still a 2-score game. But everything else is close. You got a 2-point, 3-point lead here, 3-point lead, 8-point lead, 4-point lead, 3-point lead, 3-point lead. Like, coming down nitty gritty, what defense going to bend doesn't break for, basically all these games. So, yeah, we got our ears on there, Bo Peep. What do you got? 4th down, Carolina from the 8. And over the middle, Baker Mayfield, touchdown Panthers. Wow, they make the quarterback change and they score. All right, still got a ways to go, but touchdown Carolina. And I guess that is a Big Ten for their old fat buddy. Did Atlanta miss the extra point? Or did they go for 2? It's still 16-14. There's the extra point. Okay, 17-14. Back to Miami, Carolina, or Miami, Chicago, excuse me. Carolina just scored at Cincinnati. There's the extra point. Okay, yeah. 28-25 Miami. Got a 3rd and 2 here. Lions ball after the interception again, 8-0. 3rd and 2 Dolphins. And they convert Waddle. 1st down, Miami. And now they got an issue with the sky cam. Oh my God. The camera up above is literally hanging in midair, so they'll take a commercial break. All right. 1st and 10. Ball at the 45-yard line. And Miami tosses and about a yard. All right. Yeah, if I'm Miami, I have a 3-point lead. I mean, back and forth game. I'm wanting to work some clock. I'm going to want to run the football, best I can. We'll see if they draw up. Yeah, I swear to God, fucking bug, man. Swear to fucking God, every fucking game, say something, then 3 seconds later, oh yeah, let's do this. Well, I beat you to the punch, but go ahead and say it to everybody watching. Good God. 2nd and 9, Miami. Tua over the middle, caught. And 1st down to 33. Been a lot of Tua to Tyreek Hill today, no doubt about it. 1st and 10, Indy from the 28, trying to capitalize off the New England turnover. And dump off, and then about an 8-yard completion. But still 13-0 and an injury. Yep. Indy really has no running back. And when you have a backup quarterback and he's trying to do it all himself, like asking too much from him. Back to this Colt Patriot game, 1st and 10. and they run an end around, so they're trying to get the run game going with now their receivers. I mean, I'm surprised they're not running any screens. Second down and 9. Why don't you take a shot? You know, I mean, you are in field goal range, though, so go to tight end. Go to Woods. Yeah, 15-yard line, 2nd and 9. Got an empty set. And then complete for about 3, so 3rd and 6. But Skycam doubtful to return. That's why there's a delay in this game. Okay. Yep. Call up Clark W. Griswold for advice. No. Yeah, there's a delay with an outage of the Skycam in East Rutherford and Miller Stadium with the Bills and Jets. Had the power go out at Oregon State Washington Friday night, and like I said yesterday, they had about basically 2 halftimes. They had a full first half and then a halftime, and then they played a third quarter, and then they had about a 25-minute delay. So that's basically another halftime. And then they played the full fourth quarter, and then a game-winning field goal. 4th and 1, Washington. Heineke rolls out on a bootleg, and then it'll be incomplete. So Minnesota lucks out, still 10-7, 5:35 to play in the third. But all right. Got a delay with Buffalo and New York. 8:38 to play in the third, 14-10 still. Colts get a field goal, 13-3. All right, here's Miami from the 13. What's down in distance? 1st and 10. Tua going to hand off. And about a 3-yard run. Make it 2nd and 7. Jeff Wilson, former Niner, as mentioned. Jaguars going to look to take lead. Have the ball down 3, 20-17 after that touchdown a little bit ago. 10-7 Washington. 14-10 Buffalo as mentioned. Indy with that field goal. 13-3 Patriots. Packers with the ball. 8:14 to play in the third. Lions still lead it though, 8-0. 35-7 Cincinnati. Here we are, 28-25, 2nd and 7 Miami from the 10. Tua going to step up. And back of the end zone, a little too much, incomplete. And then the Falcons, 17-14. So everything's still, for the most part, basically what it was. And speaking of everything for the most part, basically what it was, after the Falcon touchdown, 17-14, Chargers ball, 3rd and 10, and Falcon defense gets the hell off the field. So Mariota and company will get the ball back. 3rd and 7 for Miami. 3rd and 7 for Miami from the 10. Tua's pass complete, and they'll get the first down, and they'll get the touchdown, I might add as well. Jeff Wilson. Reliable, man. I'm telling you. (34-25). Extra point to come and go up 10, which is a 2-score game, let alone a 9-point 2-score game right now. So even if they'd miss, or want to go for 2 to make it, an 11-point lead, make Chicago, need a touchdown, a 2-point, and then a field goal. Talk about analytics. But you kick the extra point, you go back up 10, especially in a back-and-forth game. 1 or 2 points might end up being the difference, when it's all said and done. Go back to Alabama LSU last night. I mean, by God, it was low scoring. 7-6, I believe it was at halftime, if I'm not mistaken. And then, a lot of points scored in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter. And at 17-14, Alabama then scored decided to go for 2 to make it 23-17. Which, if they would have kicked the extra point, go up 22-17, LSU scores again, which they did, 24-21, which it was, but if you kick the extra point and not go for 2, which they went for 2 and didn't get it, so it was 21-17, when it could have been 22-17, long story short. The field goal Alabama had at the end of the game to force overtime would have been for the win, rather than to go to OT, and then they lose in overtime. After they had scored, but then give up a touchdown, and then, Brian Kelly goes for 2 and they win it. So I wonder if Saban's kicking himself about, wanting to go for 2 there. Because, once again, no 2-loss team has ever made the college football playoff. And now they have 2 losses. They've lost at Tennessee and at LSU already this year. LSU didn't tear down the goalpost. They stormed the field. They didn't tear down the goalpost and throw them in a fucking river by any means. But, I'm sure, I believe his name was Mike the Tiger, their mascot, their live mascot that is right outside the stadium. I'm sure he ate pretty well last night. But, yeah, situationally, do this, do that, might work, but it might bite you in the ass in the long run. So, analytics nowadays, are a good thing at times, but it's like you still got to have that old school mentality and some common sense and, do this, do that, play field position, and so on and so forth. Run the ball, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Hopefully have, a good margin in the time possession as well. And so, all right, Bills, Jets. Looks like a couple yard game as we're back to it after the delay. 3rd and 6 officially after they started the drive with the 1st and 15. To the 19, Wilson out of the gun. Going to get sacked by Von Miller. Fumble, and who recovers? We'll see. A couple turnovers now in the second half. First 10 minutes of the 3rd quarter, I might add, with these 2. Bills recover the strip sack fumble, and here comes Josh Allen and company. 14-10 lead. So, yeah, nothing to show for it. And that's a fumble on the strip sack, and then the Jets almost recovered, but then Buffalo right there to recover it, and Bill football. 2nd 8 Jaguars down 3 from the 46. Trevor Lawrence complete down inside the 30. So Raiders were up, 17-0. Now it's 20-17. Jacksonville driving, looking to tie it up, potentially even take the lead. It looks like the rain's starting to fall. Packer ball, 1st and 10, down 8, 5-5-5, and counting to play in the 3rd. Bengals, I might add, score again, 41, make it 42-7. And everything else is the same. Back to Raiders, Jags. 3rd and 4. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. From the 22, Lawrence. And he gets a 1st down completion over the middle. To the 14, 1st and 10 Jags. Minute 15 counting in this 3rd quarter. As this game, the Chargers-Falcons, will be the first to enter the 4th, it seems like. Everything else still got 4, 5, 6 minutes to play in the 3rd. So 1st and 10. Back to 1st and 10 for the Packers. Rodgers, complete. Big Bob Robert Tunyon to the 20, be 2nd and short. 1st and 10 Jags, ETN, Clemson to Clemson. Spins, and then gets 8, and then a couple big hits, but he's finally brought down 2nd and short. So 1st and 10, 1st and 10, 2nd and short, 2nd and short now for both these games, back and forth. 2nd and 3 from the 20. Fake the give, Aaron Rodgers. Into the end zone, caught, touchdown. Alan Lazard, the Lizard, slithers his way 20 yards to the back of the end zone, more like 30 yards at that point, and makes the catch. And it'll be a touchdown. Rodgers holding his wrist. Hopefully he ain't hurt now. He's holding his right wrist after the completion for a touchdown. He's already thrown 3 interceptions in the red zone today, but that goes for 6. Now, of course, you got to go for 2 to tie it up at 8 since they went for 2. And, okay, back to Jacksonville, 3rd and inches, 5 seconds on the clock. That's an offside. They'll let it play. 3, 2, 1. Clock expires. It's the end of the 3rd quarter. Raiders lead 20-17 at Jacksonville. Get us back to the 2-point play. 8-6, the Lions on top of the Packers. 4:53 to play in the 3rd. Green Bay going for 2 to tie it up at 8. Patriots, I might add, with another field goal, 16-3 over the Colts. From the 2, on a 2-point play, Rodgers rolls out and complete, but no good. He dropped that? It looked like Lazard caught it, but then I guess he did drop it right at the goal line. He wouldn't have been in anyway, no good. So 8-6. What? The fucking Detroit Tigers playing the Milwaukee Brewers? But baseball season was over. 2nd and 4. Yeah, there's the Bengal touchdown. Joe Mixon with another touchdown. 5 touchdowns today. Holy shit. Yeah, like I said earlier, congrats if you have them in fantasy. Good luck if you're playing against them. 5 touchdowns for Joe Mixon. There was a penalty on the play, but it declined because of an offside on the defense. 42-7 Bengals. So who has the other fucking touchdown for the Bengals? There's the field goal by the Patriots as well, 16-3 from 43 yards out. Yep. Washington 3rd and 1, got a challenge on the play. Ron Rivera gambling with Ron and throw the red challenge flag, and I think it's going to be for a spot of the ball if it's a first down or not, which it might be. That's tough. Those very rarely get overturned. But Washington going to challenge. Jets looking to take a lead. Yep. All right. Yeah, so Buffalo got the turnover, but then they give it right back. And the Jets have a 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. And here's the double reverse. And then he was looking to throw, and then he fumbled it, but then they recovered at the 12-yard line. So they still get 8 yards on the play. So 2nd and 2 for New York. Make it 2nd and 3 from the 12 after a 7-yard game. Yeah, I guess the spot was the 19-yard line, so 10 yards is the 9-yard. Yeah, that's right. One-handed snag, but he was out of bounds, incomplete. Yeah, no. Washington with the challenge. It's going to be close. I mean, it's 3rd and 1 to a 1st and 10. I mean, I don't know why you're challenging if you don't think you can get the first down on 3rd inches. You know, for a spot foul or a spot of the ball challenge, which, like I said, you very rarely win to begin with. So, you know, we'll see about that. 3rd and 3 for the Jets. Jaguars take the lead, 23-20. Extra point to come. Jets 3rd and 3. Wilson rolls out, and he'll get the first down. They got a 1st and goal now at the 7, 8-yard line. Here's the Jaguar touchdown on 3rd and inches. Yeah, it's 23-20 extra points to come. So it's a touchdown, whatever this play is. FYI. ETN in for 6. Yep. So early 4th quarter, 17-14, Falcons on top of the Chargers. 24-20 Jaguars on top of the Raiders as well. Everything else, a couple minutes to play in the 3rd still. 1st and goal, Jets from the 8. Make it the 6, excuse me. And then a screen and then a touchdown, New York. Jets 16, extra point to come. 17-14 on top of the Buffalo Bills. Challenge not won by Washington. Call stands, 3rd and 1 for the Skins. They run an end around and they'll get the first down. See, why do you even fucking challenge that? Because you lose a challenge. You'll still have one remaining, but you lose a timeout as well in the second half. In a 3-point lead, 3-point game, you only have one timeout left now. I thought that was a stupid challenge. Stupid challenge to begin with, because you don't, win those type of challenges to begin with. They very rarely overturn those, because it's the spot of the ball. 1st and 10 Atlanta from the 42. Mariota going to get sacked? No, he avoids it and then dumps it off. And man wide open, and then big first down inside the 40 to the 34. So 1st and 10 Falcons. Washington 1st and 10, and end around reverse flea flicker. Incomplete. All that for nothing. Got an incompletion as well in this game with Mariota from the Falcons. Be 2nd and 8, 3rd and 8, 4th and 5 for the Dolphins, and they're going to go for it from the 35. .212 and counting to play in the 3rd. They're up 10, and they're going for it on 4th and 5 from the 35. Punt the fucking football. Pin them deep. Incomplete to Gesicki. So turnover and downs. You lose this game, we're going to go back to that play, and that's exactly why you're going to lose. In a back-and-forth game like that. You punt, you play field position, you pin them deep, make them drive on your ass. Let alone kick a long field goal. Not go for it on 4th and 5. It's stupid. 3rd and 10 from the 23. For Washington, that is. And as they hit the end of the 3rd quarter, Heineke goes down on a sack. Got a flag on the play, but maybe roughing the passer, an automatic first down. That's what it seems like. Actually, a personal foul face mask. Yep. Yep, for sure. So they'll get one untimed down, it looks like, here to end the 3rd. Officially 1 second, but, after the penalty, at the end of the quarter, well, they wind the clock, and that'll do for the 3rd, so okay. 10-7. At the end of 3 with Washington up on Minnesota. Detroit 1st and 10 from the 41. Goff going to hand off. And a first down run. Still 8-6 as they near the end of the 3rd quarter. Yeah, 2 touchdowns and a 2-point play with a lot of turnovers. A lot of good defense. Carr incomplete. Raiders blowing a 17-0 lead. They trail by 4 now, 24-20. But here we go. Lions 1st and 10. Another first down run. And that 2-point play they went for right before halftime, go up 8-0 and then 8-6. Green Bay couldn't convert on their own 2-point play. Might end up being the difference because, back-to-back runs by the Lions, a couple first downs. Going to run the football, work some clock, extend their lead, hope to at least first and goal at the 5. You'll go back up 2 scores here if you score a touchdown. Guys, well, in the meantime, that'll do for the third quarter, but you score and kick the extra point, say 15-6, it's a 9-point lead. That's 2 scores. 50-yard field goal, no good by Atlanta, still 17-14 Falcons, as the NASCAR championship is about to go green, national anthem. But everything about to be in the fourth quarter here, these NFL Week 9, 1 o'clock games. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. So, yeah, 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Back to Washington, 1st and 10 from the 12. Handoff. Brian Robinson gonna shoot his way to the 6-yard line and out of 5.5, 6-yard gain, 2nd down. And medium, they give us a scoreboard update, yeah. 17-14 Falcons as mentioned. Yeah, Dolphins 35-25. Bengals 42-7. It is 8-6 Lions on top of the Packers, 24-20 Jags, yeah, 16-3 Patriots. And then the other two, as we're in the witching hour in the fourth quarter, 2nd and 5, Washington, touchdown, Skins. They've now scored 16, make it 17 unanswered against the Vikings. Jets lead the Bills, I might add, 17-14. Touchdown here. And yeah, fourth quarter. End of third, fourth quarter. Maybe a minute or two to play in the third with Colts, Patriots, Bills, Jets, but we'll be wrapping things up here shortly. Heineke chant from the crowd. And the extra point as the Lions got a 2nd and goal to begin the fourth quarter, up to 8-6. Oh, shit. I mean, that's just because he's the starting quarterback right now, but, take that for what it's worth, which ain't much. 2nd and goal, Lions from the 3, out of the eye. They'll fake the give. Goff looking to throw. Back the end zone, into the stands. It's caught by the man in the first row, but it's incomplete on the field. So 3rd and goal from the 3. Refs letting them play. Detroit has Green Bay right where they want them, man. They do. And like I said last week, when Green Bay lost to Buffalo, as Goff, 3rd goal from the 3, caught, touchdown. And the extra point will make it a 2-score game and a 9-point lead. You go to the Lions today, but then their schedule ain't going to get any easier down the stretch. And if they don't win today and fall to 3-6, and are, continuing to, play like this and end up losing, like, their season is going to be over before too long. But I still think they, can put something together because you can't count them out. So we'll see what happens, but they're just not playing good football. Extra point up and good. It's 15-6. It's a 9-point lead. It's a 2-score game. From the 45, 4th and 1, Lions, arch rival in the Chicago Bears, just like the Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings, for that matter, in the NFC North. Rodgers' second home, if you will. He owns them. They go for it on 4th and 1 and get it. They're down 10. Chicago is 35-25 Dolphins, but that 4th and 5 from Miami might cost them. Now they go to 3rd and 1. How do we go from 4th and 1 to 3rd and 1 in a matter of seconds? They didn't run 2 plays like that. 3rd and 1, they fake the give. Fields going to roll out near side. He gets a first down inside the 40. 35 out of bounds at 31. So 1st and 10. It's a 10-point deficit, but, they got time in the 4th quarter here. Their defense is going to have to get them a stop. But, I think if Miami does, in fact, lose back and forth game, they're going to go back to that 4th and 5 when they should have punted and pinned them deep rather than, going for it. Is why they'll end up losing if Chicago comes back and wins it, which we'll see. Under 10 to play here, 3rd and 3. Chargers down 3. And complete, but nowhere to go. Eckler, no, he's down. Oh, shit, they're letting the play roll, and they're going to signal touchdown. He was never down. You got to be kidding me. He was down. There's no way he wasn't down. But that's just good, vision by Eckler. Hey, I wasn't down. I'm getting up, and I'm running into the end zone. Touchdown. You're going to have to see a replay on that. In the meantime, it's a touchdown. It's a touchdown on the field, too. So they're going to have to find an indisputable evidence to return it if it is, in fact, touchdown. Is he on top of the defender? Yes, he is. Knees never down. Gets up and runs. That's a touchdown. Holy shit. That might be the play of the day. To this point, at least. Along with, the Lions going for 2 early. Chicago's defense stopping Miami on 4th and 5. If they can come back and win it. That's a touchdown by Austin Eckler. That is. Wow. I think, another play of the day has to be the Heineke deep ball to begin the 3rd quarter into quadruple coverage, 3 players and a ref, and it's a touchdown. So, wow. That's a touchdown by LA. The Chargers, Austin Eckler was not down, and he runs in then. They let it roll. Bears score. They'll kick the extra point, be down 3, 35-32 early 4th quarter. As it's 35-31 right now. Cole Kmet with another touchdown today. That's a touchdown by the Chargers, touchdown by the Bears there. 42-7 Bengals on top of the Panthers. That game's been over since it started. Down by contact, he's never down. They're going to say his elbow's down. Oh, shit, he was down then in 4th and 4. And they overturn it. No touchdown. Chargers going for it. And they convert 1st down, so the drive stays alive. Okay. So no touchdown, still 17-14. But 35-32, Dolphins. Oh, yeah, his elbow's down right there. He is down by contact at that point. That's a good call. They overturn it. That's right. 42-7 Bengals, 15-6 Lions. Packers with the ball, though. It's a 2-score game, though, down 9 early 4th quarter, but we'll see what happens. 16-3 Patriots. That game is probably over on top of the Colts. Bills down 3 at the Jets, 17-14. Washington, 17-7. Minnesota hasn't scored since early in the first, and the Raiders have blown a 17-0 lead, trailed by 4, 24-20. So a lot of close games. A lot of close games this 1 o'clock window. This NFL Week 9 Sunday. And one blowout. Got a 42-7 game in the blowout. The other biggest lead is 13, 16-3. And then 9, 15-6. But that's still a close game. Everything else is, 3. Bills get a field goal and tie it at 17, so now we got a tie game. It's a 10-point lead for Washington, but the Vikings have a first down and 10 at the 10 now. Justin Jefferson on a deep ball down the far sideline. Cousins a little slow to get up, though. I'm sure he doesn't like that in his return to Washington against his former team. And then the Jaguars are up 4, 24-20. So, 2 games at 4 o'clock, Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, Bucks, and then Sunday football, Monday football still to come. Chargers first and goal at the 9, under 7 to play. So they're still driving even after that touchdown was overturned. Give to Austin Eckler down to 6. But still, what a play by him, even though he was, officially down. Like, you play to the whistle. There's the deep ball to Jefferson, but Cousins hurt. Bill field goal as well, 17 apiece. Herbert dumps it off on a screen. They're going to lose about 6 yards back to the 13. Patriots 16-3 handoff on first and goal from the 2. Nowhere to go. So 3rd and goal from the 13. Chargers. Herbert. All day to throw in the back of the end zone, incomplete. So they'll kick it tied at 17. So we're going to have 2 games tied at 17 here in a matter of seconds. 2nd goal from the 5 now for the Patriots, up 16-3. Handoff, nowhere to go. 3rd and goal from that spot. Does anybody know if the Bears, in fact, missed a field goal at any point in time today by any means? Because if so, that'd be crucial right now. Down 3, 35-32 after that last touchdown. Chargers field goal up and good at 17 all. With the Chargers and Falcons, along with the Bills and Jets. Give us back to Colts Patriots. Here we go. 3rd goal from the 5. Mac Jones going to step up and run slides. And then, that's a good no call on a potential late hit. 4th and goal, you got to kick it. You're already up 16-3 as it is. You kick it, go up 19-3, and, for the most part, game's over as it is anyway. But 1st and 10, Washington. Down 10 are the Vikings, and Cousins is out. Here comes Nick Mullins in a quarterback, the former 49er from Southern Miss. Hawkinson on the reception is going to lose 3 yards. So he went from the Detroit Lions, who are beating the Packers today, to the Minnesota Vikings in the trade deadline, who were up 7-0, but then have blown a lead and now are down 10, 17-7. It's one game, but still. 2nd and 13. You got to have a run game, man. You got fucking Dalvin Cook. Cousins back in the ball game, but still, you got to have a running game. The backup quarterback, but Kirk Cousins, Captain Kirk to the rescue. And pass incomplete near side. So obviously, you just got bell rung real quick when knocked out of him. But he's back in. 20-yard field goal by the Patriots. And that's up and good. 19-3 New England on top of Indy. So big third down. 3rd and 13 for the Vikings. They haven't done shit since the first quarter. Sort of when they went to Philly on a Monday night, their other loss. You know, that game was close early, then, you know, Philly pulled away in the second quarter because they just dominate in that period of play before halftime. Pass over the middle caught, but then a fumble. Washington recovers, or is it incomplete? See what the rolling is. That's a catch. He took more than 2 steps. That's a catch. And then a fumble. But was he down? Down by contact, then the ball came out. Get a closer look here. He caught it. That's clearly a catch. And then, yeah, he's down. Yeah, he's down for sure. Panthers with a touchdown here, I might add, 42-14 before they show the highlight. Be a 21-yard pass from Baker Mayfield. Yep, there you go. So they were down, 35-0, and then, 35-7, 42-7, now 42-14. Like, as Minnesota's going to kick a 25-yard field goal to cut it to 7, 17, 10, kicks up and good. Washington leads, getting the ball back, 10:46 to play. But, just think Baker would have played earlier. Maybe they have some more, signs of life. But at the same point in time, Joe Mixon has 5 touchdowns. 3rd and 17, Rodgers going to tuck it and run and slide for a 20-yard run. He has a couple 20-plus yard runs today already, but also 3 turnovers with 3 interceptions. Does have the passing touchdown, but then they failed on the 2-point attempt, and Charlie 8-6, but then they give him another touchdown, so 15-6 Lions. Dolphins 2nd and 9. And handoff, and now Chicago can't stop the run, 8-yard run for Mostert. The 3rd and 2. But, Carolina still defensively couldn't stop Mixon, so they'd still end up losing, I would have to think. Might be a hell of a lot closer, but probably not. So 1 blowout, maybe 2. You want to, say New England 19-3 on Indy. Packers with the ball still down 9, 15-6, but then everything else is tied up or within, 7. Let alone 3 or 4 points here in the 4th quarter. So, Miami going to call a timeout on 3rd and 2, play clock winding down. But some scores. They give us an update with Chargers, Falcons, 2nd and 8. Mariota pump fakes, going to go deep. And has a man, Kyle Pitts, he overthrew him incomplete. 17 all. Miami leads 35-32. Cincinnati's going to win 42-14. Might still have more scoring in that, but the Bengals are going to win. It's 15-6 Lions on top of the Green Bay Packers, 19-3 Patriots. Bills, Jets tied at 17. Washington getting the ball back up to 7 after the Minnesota field goal, 17-10. And then still 24-20 with Jaguars and Raiders. So Silver and Black blew a 17-0 lead. Or 20-10 at halftime. But nothing to show for in this 3rd and 4th quarter. They do have the ball, but down 4. Here we go. Speaking of the Raiders, Jaguars. 3rd and 7 from the 30. And Derek Carr dumps it off on a screen and it's incomplete. 3rd and 2 for the Dolphins. And a handoff and about a yard, 4th down. Kick field goal, go up 6. You got to kick the field goal, Mike McDaniel. Don't let the analytics, don't get too full of yourself. You're on the road, 8:24 and counting to play. Up 3, you kick the field goal. You kick the field goal, go up 6 and play defense. But in a back and forth game at the same point in time, and you like going for it on 4th down to begin with, it seems like you're going to go for it on 4th and 1, maybe the play of the game. No, you kick the field goal. Because if you don't get it, they drive, tie it up, let alone take the lead. No. 4th and 1 Miami and a trips bunch near side. They're going to call another timeout on this drive. 2 timeouts and 3 plays for Miami. You kick the field goal. Take the points. I'm telling you. Kick it. Got a pass interference on Green Bay. They'll replay first down. So they can't catch a break, let alone with turnovers, penalties, injuries, just not playing good football. Pick play. Miami kicked the field goal. Do not go for it. Now, if you go for it and get it and then end up scoring, well, then prove us all wrong. But this situation, you take the points, you kick it, and you play defense. I'm telling you, kick it. 1st and 20 from the 31 for Green Bay. Down 9 at Detroit. 15-6 here after the penalty. Rodgers, out of bounds, incomplete. Back to the 4th and 1, and Miami's still going to go for it. Well, I hope you get it, but I hope you don't get it. Pump fake to Hill. Tua all day to throw, and incomplete. That's why you kicked the fucking field goal, man. Oh, my God. 0 for 3 on 4th down today are the Dolphins. When the 4th and 5 that I saw earlier, I don't know about the first one, the 4th and 5, should have punted. That 4th and 1, they should have kicked the field goal. They still are up 3, 35-32, but I hope the Bears come back and beat them out. The Dolphins deserve to lose after going for it a 4th and 1 like that. They do. You kick the field goal, you go for it, and go up 3. Take the points, man. You don't go for it in that situation, no. So, they're still going to have to play defense, but wouldn't you rather be playing defense up 6 rather than 3 late in the game, especially on the road? It's not like if they'd be playing at home, the home crowd would be behind them because nobody fucking shows up to those games anyway, but still, like, you kick the field goal, you take the points. From the 30, 2nd and 9 for Washington. Heineke over the middle, high, intercepted. And now Minnesota on the return inside the 20 down to the 13. 7:57 to play. Minnesota with 3 timeouts. Down 7. Looking to tie this game up. As Washington only has 1 timeout and the 2-minute warning because of the 1 challenge they wasted. And, of course, the timeout was charged with it. As in the meantime, boogity, 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 let's get racing, boys. NASCAR championship underway, the final race of the season, with Chase Elliott, Joe Logano, Christopher Bell, and Ross Chastain fighting for the title. 2nd and 14 for the Bills. Empty set. Josh Allen looking to throw all day. And over the middle, almost picked off by the Jets. And they're still tied at 17, I might add. Just like the Chargers and Falcons, here's a 2nd and 8 for Green Bay from the 12. Down 9, 15-6. And pass over the middle, caught, got a 3rd and 3. 1st and 10, Minnesota, though, the 12. Dump off on his screen to Cook, incomplete. Bears take over after a turnover on downs, down 3, 7:50 to play, 35-32. Bengals, as mentioned, going to win for Carolina. New England's going to beat Indy as well. Jets do get the ball back because Josh Allen goes deep and it's incomplete, so Buffalo punts. Jaguars are going to hold on to a 4-point lead, but in the meantime, 3rd and 3 for Green Bay from the 7. Rodgers, slant, incomplete. You got to kick the field goal. Get down 6, and then you're going to need a touchdown late with, by the time you get the ball back, probably under 5 minutes to play. 2nd and 10, Minnesota. Cousins into the end zone, caught, touchdown, Dalvin Cook, touchdown Vikings, and they're an extra point away from tying this game up, so we're going to have 3 17-all games late in the 4th quarter today. Hell, some of these games might go to fucking overtime for all we know. 35-32 as well. The Bears needs a field goal rather than a touchdown to take the lead, because Miami got too full of themselves and went for it. Yeah. Field goal up and good by Green Bay. It's 15-9. So that's a one-score game. Got, 3 games tied at 17. Bears with the ball down 3. Here's Buffalo going deep that we just saw. Jets getting the ball back anyway. So this pass incomplete down the far sideline to Stephon Diggs. Jaguars up 4, but we only got 2 clear winners, and that's Cincinnati and New England. Bengals going to beat the Panthers, and the Patriots going to beat the Colts, bearing a, late comeback, down 16. That's 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point attempts to tie it at 19, for that matter. 3rd and 2, Chicago gets a first down. Field goal ties, touchdown wins, but still got 6.5 to play. Miami only a timeout. Chicago with all 3 in the 2-minute warning. So, yeah, we'll see about timeouts or challenges coming back to, bite a few of these teams. Because Miami took 2 timeouts and 3 plays before they still went for it, didn't get it. Washington with a spot ball challenge that they knew weren't going to get, and they didn't get it, and then, now they're giving up, they're blowing their lead, just like Minnesota did, but tied at 17. Here we go, Raiders, Jaguars, 3rd and 4 from the 40. Jacksonville coming off a loss at London last week against the Broncos. That's a first down, though. So talk about blowing a lead. Well, Raiders are doing just that. What game's going to end first is the question. Because we might be going to overtime, like I said, with a few of these. Or we might have game-winning field goals at the end of regulation. 2nd and 10, Chicago from the 26. And for 3 yards goes David Montgomery. 3rd and 7. 1st and 10. Travis Etienne. First down run. Third and 7 from the 29. Fields almost gets sacked. Gonna escape and then tuck it and run and get another Bear first down. Justin Fields had a day. We'll try to update some individual stats once these games go final as well, I might add. But, yeah, minute 40 and counting with the Chargers and Falcons. 1st and 10 LA, Eckler on the screen, incomplete. First and 10, fumble, but the Bears recover. From the 44, 2nd and 10 for the Chargers. Yeah, it seems like this game's going to end first. And they're in field goal range now. All LA needs is a field goal to win it. So the Falcons, talk about blowing leads, they're up 10-0 earlier, remember that. Minute to play, Eckler on the run to the 25. LA won on a game-winning field goal in overtime at home on a Monday night against Denver earlier this year. We'll see if they can do the same at Atlanta today. 3rd and 14 for Chicago. Bears incomplete. 4th down, and you got to punt with 3 timeouts and 3:11 to play. You got a 2-minute warning coming. You got to punt Play defense, Chicago. You don't go for it on 4th and 14. 4th and 4, maybe. 4th and shorter than that, probably, yeah, for sure. But we'll see what happens here. Bears will punt, which is a good decision. Play field position. Yeah, you gotta get off the field, get the ball back. Justin Fields gonna have to work his magic then. Herbert on a keeper. They got 2 timeouts, but as Atlanta only has 1, looks like they called it right there, 44 seconds. Yeah, he stayed in bounds to work the clock. Jets get a first down. Buffalo might have been offside, but got an injury as well in the meantime. Take us back to the Chargers and Falcons. Actually, Miami, Chicago, okay. Out of the eye, what does Mike McDaniel draw up for Tua? You run the football. And they do. Nowhere to go. Make Chicago call their timeouts. Run the damn ball. Okay, 46 seconds. Atlanta, no more timeouts, but LA 3rd and 4. If they get a first down, they can wind this clock and kick game-winning field goal. Let alone if they don't even get a first down, they can still wind the clock and kick a game-winning field goal because Atlanta can't stop the clock. But, you're going to still want to try to get as close as possible can for your kicker. 3rd and 4, they'll run it. Eckler. And he fumbles. He fumbles late. Was he down, though? Atlanta on the return. And then he fumbles, and then the Chargers recover it. And now we're going to have a 4th and a mile from the 45-yard line, it looks like. And they're out of field goal range, even with timeouts. They'd have to get a first down and then, kick it. Probably punt will probably get overtime. Yeah, fumble recovered, and then a fumble recovered, and just back and forth. What the hell just happened? And it's 4th and a mile. Was the knee down? Yeah. We'll see what they call. Because they're going to have to look at that from up above, since we're under 2 minutes. But they rolled it a fumble on the field. He's down right there. That ball, I don't know if it's coming out, though. That's close. Yeah, fumble, and then a fumble, and then a fumble before recovery. But here we go, 2nd and 7 for the Jets in the meantime from the 20. Yeah. Zach Wilson going to hand off as they run the football as well. 2 yards. Back to Miami with a 3rd and 11. Bears have 1 timeout left, so they'll get the ball back with time if they can stop them here on 3rd down. Plus a 2-minute warning. Tua going to go deep. And incomplete. Good coverage. Booth review, yeah, they got to look at that fumble to see if he was down or not. Because they said fumble, and then a recovery, and then another fumble, and then a recovery. So, if he's down, the Chargers can wind the clock and then call timeout, kick game-winning field goal. If it's a fumble, and then a recovery, and then another fumble, and another recovery, Charger ball, should be 4th down, but they might reset it, might be 1st down, but it's still out towards midfield. They lost a lot of yardage. And if it's 4th down, it's 4th and a mile. We're probably going to go to overtime. It's 1st down. They still got 2 timeouts. They can do something, try to get back in field range. But 3rd and 1, Minnesota ball. We're tied at 17. Bears get the ball back, down 3. 1 timeout because of the incompletion, 2:38 to play, plus 2-minute warning. Field goal ties, touchdown wins for Chi-Town. The Panthers score again is 42-21. Cincinnati. There's the Panther touchdown. Okay. Packers getting the ball back with 2 minutes to play, down 6, 15-9. 3rd and 1, Minnesota gets a first down. Jefferson on end around, and they got 4 minutes to play. Patriots score again, 26-3 against Indy. Jags up 4, 24-20. There's an incompletion on that play for the Raider offense, but we're tied at 17 with the Chargers and Falcons, Bills, Jets, and Vikings skins. 41-yard field goal by Jacksonville's up and no good. He doinked it off the right upright. No good. Like I said, we've had a little bit of everything today in the NFL. Yeah, I swear to God, like, other than, somebody going out and well, I don't want to say that just yet because these games aren't over, but 1st and 10 from the 43. So they do reset the down, but it's back at the 43. But LA has 2 timeouts, remember, 1 pass and a big first down completion for the Chargers. So they can still win it on a game-winning field goal potentially. So they rolled on the field, fumble, and then a recovery, but then they reset the down back past the 40. But then they get a first down out of it anyway. So the Chargers going to have a chance to kick a game-winning field goal here still. And after the missed field goal by the Jags, Raiders ball, try to win it. 17 apiece. Minnesota 3rd down and 3. Yeah, actually, after the missed Jaguar field goal, the Raiders go 3 and out. Turner on downs, actually. I know I said that. Actually, however many times. Past few seconds. Jaguars getting the ball back, still up 4. Give us, they're the 2-minute warning, but give us Packers, Lions. Let's see Rodgers. And then the Bears, if they can tie it, let alone win it. And then 2 minutes to play, 1st and goal, Bills, Jets. Yep. All right. So near 4 o'clock. Yep, Chargers going to set up for a game-winning field goal here. He makes it, game's over. Missed, we go to overtime, tied at 17. The Bengals win, officially 42-21, your final score. So the Eagles and Bengals have both won this at week 9. We got a lot of games with 2 minutes to play in the 4th quarter, though. And the Chargers going to kick a game-winning field goal. At least attempt one. Okay, goes the Charger Falcon field goal attempt. Yep. Yeah, 2nd goal from the 6. Here's the Charger game-winning field goal from 37 yards out. Snap, hold, kick, all good, and the Chargers beat the Falcons 20-17 on a game-winning field goal. So the Chargers come from behind and win today. Game-winning field goal there, 20-17. I was going to say, as mentioned, we've seen a little bit of everything today. But no, serious injury, which you never want to see to begin with. But nothing, with a game-winning touchdown. There's a game-winning field goal. Chargers win 20-17. All right. Give us the Bears down 3, along with the Packers down 6. Under 2 minutes to play. Patriots are going to win 26-3. They still got 2.5 to play, but then we got 2 games tied at 17. Bills, Jets, Vikings, Skins, and the Jaguars are at 4, 24-20 on the Raiders. Here we go, 3rd and 5, Green Bay from the 48. Rodgers into the flat near side. Dillon, and then the fumble. He recovered, but they'll signal first down. Move the sticks. Zach Wilson, 3rd and goal, going to get sacked. Bills only have one timeout, but unless they call it here, minute 44 to play, 4th and goal, Jets are going to kick a field goal, go up 20-17, but then Josh Allen's going to have time to get in field goal range for his kicker and Tyler Bass as well, let alone, go win it with a touchdown. So the Eagles won on Thursday night. The Bengals won just a second ago. The Chargers won on a game-winning field goal, 20-17, I might add. And the Bills do call timeout. 4th and goal for the Jets, $1:45 to play. Here's the Jets' field goal. Remember, on the opening kickoff, he slipped and squibbed it. But then the Bills, turned it over. We're tied at 17. 4th and 10 for the Bears. Fields rolls out. It's incomplete. And it looks like the Dolphins are going to hold on to win 35-32. Yep, Bears can only stop it once. High snap, but hold down, kick up and good. 20-17 Jets. Bills getting it back, minute 43, no timeouts. Field goal ties, touchdown wins. Dolphins look to win here, 35-32 as well. Getting the ball back after a 4th down. Turner on downs. Defensive stand, like I said earlier, what defense going to bend doesn't break? Well, there you go. Miami going to win 35-32. Unless, something, drastic happens with a turnover themselves on a kneel down or if they run the ball to work clock. But booth review with that play with the dump off on the flat near side to A.J. Dillon from Aaron Rodgers and then a fumble. But a booth review, fumble, looks like it recovered. They said 1st down, so 15-9. Yeah, we'll see what they call here. I'd say stick with this. I mean, you also got Minnesota and Washington still tied at 17. The Raiders and Jaguars 24-20, but minute 15 to play, Jaguar ball. I don't know Raiders timeout situations. He's touching the ball and he's out of bounds, yeah. Here we go, 3rd and goal, 2 minutes to play for the Vikings from the 4. A fade, Cousins, incomplete, and 10 for Jefferson. Incomplete, 3rd and goal. 3 hours in here, 4 o'clock. And no, he's going to be short. So the Raiders don't have any timeouts. 3rd and 7, got a flag on the play. 4th and 1. Yeah, but, penalty's going to hurt you either way because, well, clock's going to stop, but clock will roll. Okay, Packers-Lions review. What do we got on the call? And Vikings field goal up and good, 20-17. So they've come back after up 7-0, down 17-7. They lead 20-17, just like the Jets do. So we were tied at 17 in a few games. Had a 20-17 final and a game-winning field goal for the Chargers over the Falcons. Now 20-17 and 20-17 for the Jets over the Bills and Vikings over the Skins. And it's a 1st down for Green Bay still, right? Yeah, he was out of bounds when he touched it. So 1st down, Packers have 3 timeouts and a $1:12 to play from the 49, down 6. They need a touchdown to win it. If Green Bay can come back and win this, maybe this is the spark. They'll need to, continue to, find ways to win football games down the stretch. And Rodgers goes deep, completed the 23-yard line, and then he's going to be down. He's down. He's down. He is down. That's not a fumble. They say Lion football. You got to be kidding me. Green Bay cannot catch a break. Caught at the 23, down at the 18, but then they strip it. He was down by contact, though. You looked at the last one. You definitely got to look at this one. The Lions then recover, but it's right around out of bounds again. And they signal Lion football. I don't care about the recovery rate there. See if he was down before that. That's what you should be looking at. But then he recovers it as he's going out of bounds. Oh, my God. Here's a replay of the play. He looked like to be down by contact. 3rd and 21 for the Bills. Allen going to go deep. And it's incomplete. So here's your ball game. 4th and 21, and the Jets might beat the Bills here today. And then with New England winning, officially 26-3, they're now 5-4. The Jets would get to 6-3. Buffalo would fall to 6-2, but Miami's 6-3 with the win, 35-32, and Miami beat Buffalo. So the Jets beat the Bills here. That means the Dolphins are going to be in first place in the AFC East, correct? Sounds right. 4th and 1, Jets going to call timeout. So 4th and 21, Bills got to convert. They got a ways to go anyway, 33 seconds. Yeah, Buffalo trying to do too much, man, I'm telling you. That's what kills them. Coming off a big win last week, and then they shit the bed. Like, Buffalo's good, but that's the thing. Buffalo ain't as good as people think they are. 2nd and 10. Packers keep the football. So he was down at the 17-yard line as thought. No fumble then. He was down by contact. So still 2 timeouts, 50 seconds, 2nd and 10. Rodgers, far side, incomplete. So the Chargers win, the Dolphins win, the Bengals win, and the Patriots win. Jaguars with a field goal. Raiders getting it back down, 7 minutes to play, no timeouts. Fourth and 21, here's your ball game. Josh Allen running around. Gonna heave it. And incomplete to the 20-yard line. 10 for Gabe Davis, incomplete. And the Jets are gonna beat the Bills 20-17. So like I said, that I think means the Dolphins are in first place in the AFC East. Because with New England's win, they're now 5-4. The Jets are 6-3. The Bills fall to 6-2, but Miami wins. They're 6-3, but they beat the Bills. Yeah, so Miami should be in first place, it seems like. Incomplete in the end zone. Rodgers intended for Rodgers. Aaron to Amari. Incomplete. Got a 3rd and 10, it looks like, from the 17. And Josh Allen holding his right arm. So I'm sure that's going to be a topic of discussion. And that would suck for them if he's going to be hurt. But no, 4th and 10, I might add. 42 seconds for the Packers. That's a delay of game unless they call a timeout. Make it 4th and 15 unless they call the timeout. They do call the timeout. They give it to them. So from the 17, it'll be 4th and 10 for the Packers still. Down 6. 3rd and 10 for the Raiders. Down 7. No timeouts. 4th and a mile. And the Jaguars are going to come back and beat the Raiders, it looks like. Got a 4th and long, but they were down 17-0 and 20-10 at halftime. They're going to come back and beat the Raiders 27-20. This might be one of the best NFL 1 o'clock windows on a Sunday afternoon so far this year, even though we've had a lot of, good action, for 8 games. 4th and 17, they play hook and ladder, and then it'll be picked off. Just go down. Game's over. Jaguars beat the Raiders 27-20. They were down 17-0 and then 20-10 at halftime, and they come back and win 27-20. So the Raiders got shut out last week, and they blow a lead today. Here's a field goal from Minnesota, potential game-winning field goal, 20-17. Still got 13 seconds. And then Rodgers pass in the end zone, incomplete. So the Lions are going to beat the Packers 15-9. And as the Seahawks Cardinals kick off here at 4 o'clock, Rams Bucks to start soon. As they show off the AFC standings, I guess Buffalo's still in first place, followed by the Jets and Dolphins. They all have 6 wins. And then the Patriots at 5-4. But, head-to-head should mean something, but then division record also. Okay. The AFC East and the NFC's cut 3 teams with 6+ wins. Who would have thought? But the Packers are going to fall to 3-6, and they lose by 6. And Rodgers had 3 interceptions inside the 20-yard line today. That's 3 touchdowns, at least 9 points on 3 field goals. They lose by 6. Do the math. You can't turn the ball over, especially on the road, and expect to win. And then he's throwing his arms up, wanting a flag, ain't going to get it. Lions beat the Packers, and they got more than, just, injuries wrong with them right now. They're just not playing good football. They're not. Whether they get healthy or not, they lose players today. They got some serious issues, Green Bay does, and like I said, they're not getting any help with their schedule coming up because they ain't going to get any easier. So the Chargers win, the Dolphins win, the Bengals win, the Patriots win, the Jets win, the Jaguars win, the Lions win. Got Vikings and Washington, 20-17, 12 seconds for the Skins, down 3, no timeouts. So the timeout's going to come back and bite them because of those challenges. So here's your ball game, and then one game at 4 o'clock. Seahawks Cardinals underway with Rams Bucks to start, and then that'll do it. And then Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football. Trying to get out of bounds. He does with. Nope, he didn't. They wind it. Time expires. Vikings come back and win. 20-17. I'm sure Kirk Cousins likes that. They're 7-1. Their lone loss is at Philadelphia on a Monday night earlier in the year. So we'll update standings here in a minute. We talked about that earlier. Try to give some individual stats if I get to it. Still want to recap college football and preview what's to come next week momentarily as well, as we've already talked about the NFL this week and next week too. Of course, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, #NFL. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. So they take us to the 4 o'clock game that's on right now, and that's Seattle and Arizona. And then Rams Buccaneers to kick off in about 15-20 minutes or so on CBS. So officially now, all the 1 o'clock games are in the books. Had technically 2 blowouts with 2 20-plus point wins. And then a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 6-point win, and a 7-point win. And this is after a 12-point win on Thursday Night Football. So a lot of close games this NFL Week 9 with Seahawks getting on the board with a field goal. It's 3-0 at Arizona, and then Rams Bucks kick off shortly. Sunday Night Football, Titans Chiefs, Monday Night Football tomorrow night. Ravens Saints with the Browns, Cowboys, Broncos, Giants, Steelers, and 49ers once again all on byes. So yes, as they give us final scores, but right now, 3-0 Seahawks over the Cardinals. We had 3 games end with the same final score on, for the most part, game-winning field goals, 20-17. First with the Chargers defeating the Falcons, and then the Jets with one as well, but then, they had to play defense, but Buffalo couldn't convert. Jets beat the Bills 20-17 as well, and then the Vikings 20-17 win at Washington. Jaguars came back and won at home over the Raiders after they were down 17-0 and then 20-10 at halftime. They shut out the Silver and Black in the second half and win 27-20. The Bengals beat the Panthers 42-21. Even though Carolina did come back and score, a few touchdowns late, wasn't going to matter. Cincinnati blew them out. Patriots with 26-3 win at home over the Colts as well. That very well could have been a shutout. The Dolphins hung on to win, even though, it seemed like at times they got too full of themselves and going for it on fourth down. And defense, yes, they bent, but they didn't break. And they win by 3, 35-32. What else we got here? So, yeah, there's that. All right. I'll get back into this in a second, because with one game on at 4 o'clock right now, one to still kick off shortly, and then also Sunday Night Football. The Monday Night Football, we'll have some updated scores with the 2 4 o'clock kicks here shortly, and then we'll get into a full recap for what happened at 1 o'clock here in the NFL, along with on Thursday Night Football, and what's still to come next week. We'll go over that once more. But I do want to recap that I fortunately didn't get to it earlier. Whenever the AP Top 25, full in college football, but I do want to recap what happened in full this Week 10 in college football this past week. And for the most part, that's just going to include everything after, 7, 8 o'clock with the night games last night. But, since I'll do that, I'll give a full recap, from what happened the whole entire week that began last Tuesday with some action. On Tuesday, Ball State defeated Kent State 27-20. Ohio with a 45-24 win against the Buffalo Bulls. So the Bills also lose to a green team as well today, and the Jets, I might add. But Ball State won by 7. Ohio won by a few scores last Tuesday. As it is November, we'll have more action, coming up shortly over the next few weeks. As college football, regular season-wise at least, has 3 more weeks, the 12th, the 19th, and the 26th. Then you get into conference championship games, and then you get into bowl season. The NFL is the midway point on the regular season, so they'll play until, mid-January, so another, 2 full months, and then you get into the playoffs. And then the Super Bowl, will be Sunday, February the 12th, in this very stadium that we're watching the Seahawks Cardinal game at right now, in the desert, just where the NASCAR Championship's also taking place at. Right now, as they just began a short time ago. But yes, Ball State defeated Kent State 27-20. Ohio with a 45-24 win against Buffalo. Central Michigan 35-22 win at Northern Illinois. Bowling Green defeated Western Michigan 13-9. Had a fight after both UTEP Rice and Oregon State Washington in one-score games on Thursday and Friday, respectively. But Rice beat the Miners 37-30. Coastal Carolina won by a touchdown as well, 35-28 at home. And Myrtle Beach on the teal turf against the App State Mountaineers. UConn 27-10 win against UMass. Duke went to Chestnut Hill and beat Boston College 38-31. And then, as mentioned, the power went out in Seattle. It was sleepless at 2 a.m., but the Huskies won on a game-winning field goal. Another one-score Friday night college football game, 24-21 over Oregon State. Yesterday in college football, we'll go over the top 25 games first, and then we'll get into the rest, along with a preview for next week, and then also recap what's happened in the NFL so far today, and also preview next week on top of that. So stay tuned. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. And hopefully we'll tune back in next week for more college football and NFL live watch along reactions over on YouTube, along with professional wrestling live watch along reactions as well. Be sure to subscribe, notification bell next to it as well. This easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and hit that red subscribe button right here on YouTube. Yesterday in college football, had a top 3 matchup with Tennessee and Georgia, and the Dogs sent the Vols back to little Rocky Top, Tennessee, with their first loss of the season, as the mailman and Stetson Bennett and the defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs defeat the number one team in all the land. Depending on what ranking system you look at in Tennessee, and of course told them to be sure to call 867-5309 in a 27-13 win over the Orange. And speaking of Orange, you glad you weren't orange yesterday? Because I sure as hell wanted the color orange in my color scheme for a college football team yesterday, because Tennessee lost, Clemson lost, I might add, along with Arizona State. Texas did win, but Illinois lost, Virginia lost, Oklahoma State lost, Syracuse lost, I might add. I think there's somebody else, maybe not, but I thought we had a lot of Miami lost. They're orange and green for the U. I thought we had a lot of damn good college football yesterday. A little bit of everything, just like we did in the NFL today, but no doubt about a lot more closer games in the National League than I thought we had in college football yesterday. Did have a couple overtime games, so take that for what it's worth. A couple game winners, no doubt about it. A couple blowouts, a couple close games. But the highest scoring college football game ever in regulation was Houston SMU, and the Mustangs beat the Cougars 77-63. Also yesterday in college football, Ohio State went to Evanston, and from a windy and rainy Ryan Field in the suburb of Chicago, the Buckeyes end up only winning 21-7, as Northwestern had them right where they wanted them at. And honestly, a fourth down, attempts that didn't go Northwestern's way. Ohio State sort of took advantage after that, ended up scoring, and that was all she wrote. But the Buckeyes are still undefeated, 21-7. Speaking of undefeated, Clemson no longer, as they went to South Bend and lost at Notre Dame against the Fighting Irish and the Golden Domers, 35-14. Michigan trailed at Rutgers at halftime against the Scarlet Knights, but then the Wolverines shut them out and blew them out in the second half, officially 52-17 your final score. Overtime win for LSU, 32-31 against Alabama, and arguably probably the best game of the day yesterday. Alabama's now gone to Tennessee and LSU and lost on the final play of the game. As their opponent won on the final play of the game, and then of course storming the field, and whether they're tearing down goalposts and throwing the rivers or not, honestly, good for them. You got to celebrate one way or another. But like I said earlier, I wonder if Saban regrets going for two when he should have kicked the extra point. When they went up 21-17, would have been 22-17 if they kick it. But they go for it, don't get it. So 21-17, LSU scores. You're down 3. The field goal you kicked to force overtime would have been for the win then, if you would have had the extra point earlier rather than going for 2, and then you would have won it in regulation on a game-winning field goal rather than even going to overtime, scoring, and then going to touchdown, losing in overtime then, because then LSU went for 2 in the win and won it 32-31 as mentioned. And now LSU honestly controls their own destiny in the SEC West to get to Atlanta to, for the most part, take on Georgia in the SEC Championship game. And then, like I said, going to be interesting down the stretch with another 2 full months of NFL football regular season to play before the playoffs begin. You got 3 weeks left in the college football regular season before the conference championship games, and then the playoffs revealed for the college football playoff for the 2 semis and the Peach Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl and the national championship on January the 9th. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be, in and out, because the AP polls released for today, but they go by the college football playoff rankings from here on out, as it did starting last week, and every year like this come November, it's going to be a dogfight to the end, as it seems like the Big Ten and the SEC will get at least one in, potentially TCU is going to be interesting, but even more so than not, Clemson lost. The ACC seems out of it now. You know, the conferences could get 2 teams in as they have before, but watch out for the Pac-12. They got 4 teams in the top 10 or 12 right now. And, you know, they all got to play each other and then tiebreakers and such. They have no divisions in their conference this year. It's the 2 best teams playing for the conference title, so could have a rematch potentially. Like I said, we'll see who's in and who's out for the playoff, but now that we're into November, especially for the NFL, and then December, a couple weeks left of college football. Season's going to be won over these next couple weeks, let alone lost. As the Cardinals scored, so they're up on Seattle, and then we're going to kick off on CBS with the Rams and Buccaneers in a playoff rematch. Speaking of the playoffs from last year, with 2 3-win teams in LA and Tampa Bay trying to find some rhythm here. As, of course, they give us some updates with interviews after some wins from teams. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to recap college football from this past week, preview next week, and then we'll get into the NFL. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But, yeah, 2 games at 4 o'clock here, so they're going to keep it split screen. We're going to watch both. So that means, I guess, I can, turn off CBS and Fox on the others as we watch the NASCAR race as well. Baseball is officially over with. Basketball and hockey season right now as well. Professional wrestling continues, but talking about playoffs. Playoffs, you kidding me? Playoffs? Talking about TCU there a second ago. They won yesterday as well, 34-24 at home against the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. They'll now play at Texas next Saturday night, which should be a damn good game. Got a lot of good college football again next weekend, so be sure to tune in for more live watch-along reactions. Over on YouTube as well, have live watch-along reactions of Maryland to Penn State, officially at 3:30 on Fox next Saturday now. And the next Sunday in the NFL with the Steelers hosting the Saints at 1 o'clock. And, of course, more college football and NFL professional wrestling live watch-along reaction streams over on YouTube. So be sure to subscribe. Oregon also won yesterday at Colorado, 49-10. USC hung on at home against Cal. The Bears almost came back and won the game. Fight on by 6, 41-35 in the win. USC's arch rival in LA, UCLA, they won at Arizona State 50-36 last night. Both games some Pac-12 after dark. Texas won at Kansas State 34-27. Utah defeated Arizona 45-20. Thank you to anybody and everybody who tuned in and listened to my Penn State, Indiana live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube as Nittany Lions picked up their 7th win of the season in a 45-14 win in Bloomington against the Indiana Hoosiers in the Big Ten East. They'll now host, as mentioned, Maryland next Saturday, and I'll have live watch-along reactions then, so be sure to tune in. Also in the Big Ten, Michigan State went to Illinois and defeated the Fighting Illini 23-15. North Carolina with a 3-point 31-28 win at Virginia. No idea what the hell is going on in Stillwater with Oklahoma State, but they've now lost 2 in a row. Got blown out, shut out by, who was it last week? They bring it up, shit. Of course, can't even remember. But it was it was Kansas State, actually. Worst loss under Mike Gundy. And then they went to Kansas yesterday and also lost 37-16. So he's not 40 anymore, but he's still a man, and he's taking responsibility. And it seems like your conference title games in college football, you think about it, at least for bigger conferences, at least. The ACC, it's going to be probably Clemson and North Carolina. Pull up standings real quick. The Big Ten, whoever wins between Michigan and Ohio State, right now against Illinois, but the Big Ten West is still up for grabs. Could have a preview of the AAC conference title game this weekend. Tulane hosting UCF, but Cincinnati is right there. They'll take the top two teams. But SMU and, East Carolina are still right there as well, I might add. Hell, even Houston, but, they're going to overtime or in a shootout. Yeah. Clemson, Syracuse, NC State. Florida State's there, but hell, even Louisville and Wake. They all have 6 wins. Holy shit. But Clemson's already, defeated for the most part. Half, if not all of them, for that matter. And then North Carolina, from the Atlantic to the coastal. I mean, Duke's there. But that'd be it. Yeah, so right now for college football conference title games, Tulane, UCF, even though they play this week. Probably Clemson, North Carolina. The Big 12 is going to take the top two. We've talked about the coaching carousel as well, I might add. We'll see who else is going to get fired. But TCU and Texas play this week. Could be a preview. Baylor and Kansas State, along with Kansas and Oklahoma State, are all right there too. But out of the Big Ten then in the East, like I said, either Michigan or Ohio State. Penn State would be the one that if they'd win out, they'd need a lot of help. Like they'd have to have both, Michigan and Ohio State to, for the most part, lose out, for that matter, to get there, which that ain't going to happen. And then, in the Big Ten West, it's right now Illinois, but you got Wisconsin, Purdue, Iowa, and Minnesota, all 3-3 in the conference, and 3 of those 4 or 5-4, and Minnesota 6-3. Conference USA, UTSA, and North Texas got Western Kentucky as well. Of course, Liberty and Notre Dame are your top 2 independents. UConn somehow fucking 5-5. I have no idea how that's happened, but they are, just like BYU. In the MAC, Buffalo and Ohio, even though they just met though this past week, got a lot of matching still to play. So Toledo and Ball State and Eastern Michigan on the other side, that'll work itself out. Boise, Wyoming, Fresno, San Jose State, San Diego State for that matter. Got, out west in the Pac-12, Oregon, USC, UCLA, and Utah. All 8-1 or 7-2, and all with 1 loss in the conference. And they, whether they play each other or not, they'll continue to play each other. So they'll take each other out. Washington, Oregon State are there as well. The SEC, Georgia for the most part. Tennessee's going to have them lose. But then South Carolina's there, Kentucky's there. LSU defeated both Ole Miss and Alabama. Ole Miss plays Alabama this week. But like I say, LSU controls their own destiny. You got Coastal Carolina and Troy, it looks like. Maybe South Alabama out of the Sun Belt. So there's that, for the hell of it. I brought it up. I'm trying to think who else is going to get fucking fired to join, who has already been fired, for that matter. We'll get more into coaching carousel later on. Because you got a few big openings, and we'll see who, fills those shoes. But Joe Logano leading about a quarter of the way through. I might add, as we're tied at 0 with the Rams and Bucks. Cardinals lead the Seahawks. At this point, I think I'm just going to stay on. Continue to, bullshit here. Probably won't do live watch along reactions of Rams Bucks at this point, because I was, planning on doing, RedZone here for 1 o'clock games. As I do want to do a triple header, then take a break the first half of the 4 o'clock game, get back into it in the second half, and then do the full Sunday night game. We could still do Sunday night football, but we'll see. Of course, just be sure to subscribe. Notification bell, so you'll get a notification next time you can tune back in. But for whatever reason, tech issue, so RedZone goes out, but still have CBS up anyway. So there's only 2 4 o'clock games on: Seahawks, Cardinals, and then Rams, Bucks in a playoff rematch. So not really much going on anyway. So that'll work itself out. We'll get back to it in a minute. But with all that being said, also yesterday in college football, Tulane defeated Tulsa 27-13. Pitt beat Syracuse by 10, 19-9. NC State with a 30-29 or 30-21 win, winning by 9, I should say, over Wake Forest. UCF 35-28 at Memphis, and then Air Force winning the Commanders-in-Chief Trophy, beat Army 13-7. Of course, Army still has to play Navy in about a month or so. But Kentucky with a 4-point win at Mizzou, 21-17. Florida 41-24 at Texas A&M. Texas A&M and the Green Bay Packers, not because of Sherman, but they're more similar, more alike than they are different right now. Both have 3 wins. Both were supposed to be good, and then they both sucked it up so far this year for the most part. So Florida 41-24 win at A&M. Back to it with RedZone. 7-3 Cardinals. Seahawks football, though, as mentioned, and then the Bucks and Rams tied at 0. Minnesota won at Nebraska yesterday, 20-13. Iowa 24-3 win at Purdue as well. Wisconsin ran all over Maryland, 23-10. Western Kentucky 59-7, defeating Charlotte. Had Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech meet Blacksburg at Lane Stadium. Enter Sandman. Well, the Hokies never showed up. They did, but they didn't. Georgia Tech showed up more because they won by 1, 28-27. Temple 54-28 win against South Florida. Marshall shut out Old Dominion 12-zip. Baylor 38-35 win at Oklahoma. Georgia State 42-14 win at Southern Miss. Got Louisiana Tech 40-24 win against Middle Tennessee State. Had Washington State blow out Stanford 52-14. Had Iowa State defeat West Virginia as well, 31-14. Utah State 27-10 win against New Mexico. Double overtime win for UTSA. UAB 44-38. Liberty went to Fayetteville and beat the Hogs. Upset win for them, 21-19. Got Cincinnati winning by 10, 20-10 over Navy. South Alabama 38-31 against Georgia Southern. North Texas beat FIU 52-14. Troy with a 6.23-17 win against Louisiana Lafayette. Louisiana Monroe won by 1, 31-30 over Texas State. BYU Boise State was a good game last night. Back and forth, and BYU found a way to win by 3, 31-28. San Diego State won by 4, 14-10 against UNLV. As mentioned, the highest scoring college football game in history in the regular season to end in regulation with a final score of SMU 77, Houston 63. Mississippi State won in overtime, 39-33 over Auburn. As we gained an hour last night, South Carolina went to Nashville, 38-27. Win for the Gamecocks. Louisville was tied at home with JMU, James Madison, 10 at halftime. And they shut them out and win 34-10. Florida State, absolutely, what the hell's going on with Miami Hurricanes and you? Growing pains for Mario Cristobal, to say the least. The Noles literally stomped the Canes 45-3. No potential, or no missed game-winning field goal between those two, whether wide right or wide left. Florida State ain't playing bad, but Miami, they'll be all right. But yeah, 45-3 win for Florida State, and then San Diego State 28-16 win against Colorado State, and Fresno State was up 55-0 on Hawaii. They gave up a couple late touchdowns, 55-13 your final score. Now, next week in college football, and this should be updated with official kick times now for everything for next week, as there's, of course, some that were still to be determined. We got more action on Tuesday. Eastern Michigan, Akron, Ohio, Miami, Ohio, Ball State, and a glitch, Ball State, and Toledo, thank you. Northern Illinois, Western Michigan on Wednesday, followed by Buffalo, Central Michigan, and Kent State, Bowling Green. Got Tulsa and Memphis, Georgia, Southern Louisiana, Lafayette on Thursday. Good game in the AAC on Friday night, Veterans Day. Shout out, thank you to all vets for your service. East Carolina, Cincinnati, Colorado, USC, and then Fresno State, UNLV. Next Saturday at high noon, we got Mizzou and Tennessee, Indiana, Ohio State. LSU, Arkansas is going to be a damn good game, because it always is, especially after LSU coming off a big overtime win at home last night against Alabama. Arkansas getting upset. Watch out, LSU, Arkansas next week. Purdue, Illinois should be a good game as well. Vandy, Kentucky. Oklahoma goes to Take Me Home Country Roads. Milan Pusker Stadium, Morgantown, West Virginia. Take on the Mountaineers. Got Notre Dame and Navy. Liberty and UConn should be an interesting game as well. Rutgers, Michigan State, Virginia Tech, Duke. Got Pitt at Virginia, SMU, South Florida. Louisiana Monroe, Georgia State. James Madison, Old Dominion. Rice, Western Kentucky. UMass, Arkansas State, as Tampa gets on the board with a field goal. They lead 3-0. Speaking of Temple, they're at Houston. Not coming down from Temple, Texas to Houston. Temple and Philly going to H-Town, and the home of the World Series champs and the Astros on Saturday. Louisville goes to Clemson. That should be a good game. Nebraska, Michigan as well. Got Alabama, Ole Miss, and Maryland, Penn State, along with UCF, Tulane, and Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Boston College, NC State, Arizona State, Washington State, Army, Troy, Wisconsin, Iowa, Northwestern, Minnesota, Miami, Georgia Tech, New Mexico Air Force, App State, Marshall, Charlotte, Middle Tennessee State, Louisiana Tech, UTSA, North Texas, UAB, and then at 4 o'clock got South Carolina and Florida. There's a lot of damn good 3:30 games next week. As I'll have live watch along reactions of Maryland, Penn State for sure. Penn State opens right now as a 12-point favorite, which is a little bit of a surprise, to say the least, but at the same time, it's not. Trying to think what 3:30 games I'm going to be watching now next week. For sure, Maryland, Penn State. Probably have on Alabama, Ole Miss. If Nebraska was a little bit better, I'd probably be watching them at Michigan. I mean, those are two blue bloods. Louisville, Clemson, could be interesting. Clemson, bouncing back, though, probably. But I thought Oklahoma State was going to bounce back yesterday after a blowout loss, and they didn't. And Scott Satterfield sort of, fighting for his job, seems like. Still has Louisville at 6-3, going back with Carolinas, and Louisville, Clemson. Yeah, for sure, Maryland, Penn State, Alabama, Ole Miss. Probably UCF, Tulane. And then getting a look ahead for Penn State, they play Rutgers and Michigan State, coming up. And Rutgers and Michigan State actually play at noon next week. So I'll be watching that game at noon, along with LSU, Arkansas probably, and figure out the other ones. But 3:30, man, those are a lot of damn good 3:30 games next week. Maryland, Penn State, Alabama, Ole Miss, UCF, Tulane. I need that fourth. Probably Wisconsin, Iowa, potentially. Slugfest. 2 5-4 teams. We'll see who wins that coming out of the West. Northwestern's at Minnesota. But as Illinois hosts Purdue at noon as well, they're going to control their own destiny, it seems like. Yeah, probably those 4 games. I bet you any money. Maryland, Penn State, Alabama, Ole Miss, UCF, Tulane, and Wisconsin, Iowa. But watch out for Nebraska, Michigan, Louisville, Clemson. I would have to think Oklahoma State's, no doubt about it, going to bounce back this week. They're not going to lose 3 straight. And Matt Campbell at 4-6 at Iowa State. I mean, jobs opening up. You'd think he'd want to be getting out, but who knows. But that's that for the 3:30 games. Ran through those real quick. Had to go back to see what games be watching next week if you do tune in. So there's an update on that. South Carolina, Florida at 4 o'clock next Saturday. Got Lamar and New Mexico State as well. Texas State, South Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi State. Washington goes to Oregon. That should be a damn good game. As we start the night games, Kansas State, Baylor should be good as well. Got Kansas and Texas Tech, Wyoming, Colorado State. FAU, FIU, Florida Atlantic, and Florida International. TCU goes to Texas. North Carolina goes to Wake Forest. Expect a shootout with the Tar Heels and Demon Deacons there. A&M goes to Auburn, who's going to pick up their 4th win and then have to win out to become bowl eligible beginning this week because they're both 3-6. Southern Miss goes to Coastal Carolina. Florida State and Syracuse should be interesting from the Carrier Dome in upstate New York. Cal, Oregon State, Stanford at Utah. Arizona, UCLA, Boise State goes to Nevada, San Jose State, San Diego State, and Utah State at Hawaii from the islands next Saturday night. So that's college football from this past weekend and a preview for next week. We'll talk about the coaching carousel more in due time. We talked about it heavy about a month and a half, 2 months or so ago now. Since then, though, there's only been another opening or two, nothing major. So potentially next week, even the week after. Most definitely probably the week after that, by the end of the month, early next month, because then the coaching carousel is going to be, running rampant. But there's all that. As NFL Week 9, everything at 1 o'clock, followed by, of course, Thursday Night Football just a couple days ago. Now officially in the books. Got 2 games on here at 4 o'clock. Seahawks retake a 10-7 lead. Bucks up 3-0 as they near the end of the first quarter on top of the Rams, but Rams ball. So, yeah, touchdown Seahawks 10-7 and Bucks 3-0 on top of the Rams. Plan was entering today, NFL RedZone at 1 o'clock with a free preview, because why the hell not? Take advantage of it. And then at 4 o'clock with the triple header, then Rams, Bucks. But when I do a triple header, I really don't do the first half of the 4 o'clock game. I'll come back at halftime and then do the second half. Still might do that, might not. We'll see in about an hour or so, hour 15, hour and a half. And then, Sunday football still to come. Might do that, might not. We'll see. But, as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. That was a plan. Of course, plans change, but all the 1 o'clock games now official. 2 games on at 4 o'clock right now. Got Sunday football, Titans, Chiefs, and Monday Night Football tomorrow night, Ravens, Saints. However, today, as the Seahawks currently lead the Cardinals 10-7, and the Rams have the ball, fourth down, they'll actually punt, so Tampa getting the ball back, 3-0 Bucks. Earlier today, I think, like I said, we had a little bit of everything in every game. From running the football to throwing the ball, rushing touchdowns, passing touchdowns. Special teams was key early, I might add, as well, on a few blocked punts. The penalties, the turnovers, some wild plays. At the end of it, though, a lot of close games. So, no doubt about it, for NFL Red Zone for the first time ever for myself, I guess thankful for all the close games that we got. And 3 games end in the same exact score of 20-17. Had 2 blowouts with 2 20-plus point wins, but a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 3-point win, a 6-point win, a 7-point win, 2 20-plus point wins, a 12-point win on Thursday Night Football, 2 3-point games, I might add right now, with Sunday Night and Monday Night Football still to come in what should be damn good games. Tonight, Sunday Night Football, a little bit better than tomorrow night, on paper at least, but of course that's why still the game is played. At the end of the day today, I thought we had a lot of damn good games. So here are your final scores from 1 o'clock now, and then we'll preview Week 10 shortly, as we already did anyway, but we'll do it again for the hell of it. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. We had the Bengals win 42-21 against Carolina Panthers. The Patriots beat the Colts. The Colts lost. They were lucky they didn't get shut out. They have a field goal to show for, but New England, the Patriots defeat the Colts 26-3. Jaguars with a 7-point win, 27-20 at home against the Raiders. Coming back from behind, down 17-0, and then 20-10 at halftime, winning 27-20. The Lions with a 6-point home win against the Green Bay Packers, 15-9. Rodgers, 3 interceptions inside the 20. They lose by 6. So, like I said, those 3 turnovers are touchdowns, let alone field goals, for 9 points at that point. Do the math. You don't turn the ball over, you win. But they still got major issues, regardless if they're turning the ball over or not. They're not playing good. They might now not, get out of their slump because they got a tough schedule coming up. Rams and Bucks could still get out of it. I think Green Bay could still, potentially get out of it, but I don't know at this point. I think that situation's changed, that thought, because, even with injuries and then turning the ball over, they're just not playing good football. But you still can't turn the ball over as many times as they did inside the 20, on the road, and then up, expecting to win when you lose by 6. 3 touchdowns is 21 points. 3 field goals is 9 points. 3 turnovers is 0. Okay, you lose by 6. Like I said, do the math. The Lions win 15-9. The Dolphins' defense, bending but not breaking, winning at Chicago by 3, 35-32. Yeah, offensively it seemed like they were, full themselves at times. But, they hung on to win then late in a back-and-forth game. I think I did say earlier, honestly, first team 30, 35, 40 points might win this game, and, Miami wins 35-32. So there's that. Not pat myself on the back by any means, but, what defense bends doesn't break. They bent, but they didn't break. But Miami wins, and they're one of 3 teams with 6 wins now in the AFC East. as the Jets also beat the Bills 20-17 on the game-winning field goal. Those are the other two teams with 6 wins in the East. New England with 5. They beat Indy, as mentioned, 26-3. Also, as the Chargers-Falcons game was the first to end, LA won on a game-winning field goal as well, 20-17. What else we got? And then the Vikings went to Washington. Went to the nation's capital, 2017 win for Skull. The Eagles won 29-17 at Houston Thursday night. Browns, Cowboys, Broncos, Giants, Steelers, 49ers on byes. And I think that does it for 1 o'clock games. I think I went over them a couple times now. If I didn't say it just right then and there, I know I said it earlier, so 8 1 o'clock games in the books with the Chargers, Dolphins, Bengals, Lions, Patriots, Jets, Vikings, and Jaguars all picking up wins. Eagles won on Thursday night. Got the Seahawks up 10-7 on the Cardinals right now. Buccaneers 3-0 on top of the Rams. Sunday football, Titans, Chiefs. Monday night football, Ravens, Saints. Next week, week 10 in the National Football League, Veterans Day weekend. Once again, shout out. Thank you for your service. Thank you to anybody who has served, is currently serving, or will serve. Thank you. Falcons, Panthers on Thursday Night Football. That should be a good game. Wink, wink. Joking aside, Jesus fucking Christ. Speaking of the Seahawks and Buccaneers in action right now, Seattle at Arizona up 3-10-7 and Tampa Bay up 3-0 on the Rams. Seattle and Tampa Bay will meet next Sunday morning in Deutschland. First ever NFL game in Germany. Seahawks, Bucks. Vikings, Bills should be a damn good game. Lions, Bears next Sunday as well. Broncos, Titans should be interesting. Got the Jaguars and Chiefs. Miami hosts Cleveland. Houston's going to New York to take on the Giants. I'll have live watch-along reactions to Saints Steelers, so be sure to tune in for that. Colts will go to Vegas to take on the Raiders. Two of the NFL's most historic franchises, and the Cowboys and Packers will meet. Cardinals and Rams, and then the Chargers will be at San Francisco. Monday Night Football has that Charger 49er game. Sunday Night Football. Monday Night Football is Washington and Philadelphia, which should be a good game. As you know, for the most part, always is. And then bye weeks next week are Cincinnati, New England, the New York Jets, and the Baltimore Ravens. So that does it for that. I don't think really there's anything else to be said, let alone talk about, for that matter. As we hit, almost 4 hours here with the stream. As always, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. As I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Midway through the second quarter here, as this game started at 4 o'clock compared to 4:30 with LA and Tampa Bay. It's 10-7 Seahawks, 2 minutes to play in the first quarter, 3-0 Bucks on top of the Rams. They'll try to get revenge on LA for defeating them in the playoffs this past year. Of course, coming off their own Super Bowl win, and the Rams won the Super Bowl then, and now, both right now with 3 wins early November. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Probably the one and only time, at least once a year, that I'll watch NFL RedZone, because it was a free preview, and normally don't watch it like this. Normally we'll watch 1 and then 2 games on CBS and Fox on NFL Sunday, with Thursday, Sunday night, and Monday Night Football then as well. College football, I can watch, 4 at a time, because there's, plenty of games on at once. But just how the NFL schedule is, there's only 32 teams, and how the network is with programming, with the broadcast schedule. I thought, pretty cool. I mean, might be something to look into for RedZone or Sunday Ticket, but NFL has NFL Plus now, and who knows what the future is going to look like for being able to watch all the NFL games at once, if they're going to continue on with what they have, or if they're going to change it, or it's going to be its own streaming thing potentially on NFL Plus. Who honestly knows? But now I know why people are saying, well, you got to watch it like this, you got to watch it like that, because it's literally on the edge of your seat. And like I never really do talk about taking breaks. If you've listened or watched before, and if you're new, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to subscribe. But like I'm used to this with college football, but that's 4 games at once on 4 different TVs, rather than with RedZone. It's one TV. It's every game flip flopping in and out, and NFL RedZone. NFL Sunday Ticket, we'll see. I mean, Sunday Ticket's DirecTV. I have Dish Network, and that's why there's a free preview today for them and a few other different places, for that matter. If you already, of course, don't have it. So, yeah, that does it for NFL RedZone at 1 o'clock. They, of course, continue it on with 4 o'clock. Normally there's more than 2 games on at 4 o'clock. But CBS has 100% of Rams-Bucks from coast to coast. And then, on Fox, they have the Seahawk-Cardinal game on. So, yeah, like I said, I'll leave it at that. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So, I doubt, honestly, I'll have, FYI, second half live watch along reactions of Rams Bucks now at this point, along with Sunday Night Football. I was planning on it. Still have more college football NFL live streams, moving forward, but that's that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. So, not really much else to be said. Like I said, I've said my piece. Just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. But I'll see everybody when I see you. And bye. As the Seahawks lead and the Bucks lead here at 4 o'clock. Still, same scores as they were. Joey Logano still leading the race. Looks like he's going to win the title. So shout out to the yellow and red 22. But Jimmy Johnson is, in fact, coming back to NASCAR for a few races next year, and ownership. So I was a 48 fan, and then he retires, switches to Kyle Larson, off the pole for both of them. But I've always liked Logano. Reasons aside that nobody's going to care about, so I'm not going to get into that. But if you know, you know. So maybe win Powerball tomorrow. Nobody won it fucking last night still. It's going to be $1.9 billion on Monday. So to get another ticket. In the meantime, football's still on, we'll leave it at that. Yeah. And good football, that. A lot of close games today. So, just need to keep it up. And like I said, interesting for NFL RedZone, first time, watching it like that today for NFL football. Like I said, I've watched college football the way I've watched it now for a while. A lot of games at once, in full. RedZone, cuts in and out. But football, that's the thing with football. It's, best, in my opinion at least, college and the NFL, best sport on planet Earth. I mean, you know, some people might differ, but can't go wrong with, you know, what we saw and have seen and will continue to see. So, don't really know what else to say. Sort of not speechless on RedZone, and for whatever reason, just other than needing to hit the X and then end live stream, don't know what to fucking say to end this. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I guess I gotta get better at that. It's my fault. But yeah, like I said, as I always do when I sign off, just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media, and I'll leave it at that. So, as always, we'll see what gives, you know, because as always, I'm sure something will. You know, game meet or whatever event you decide on paper. It's out the field, the playing surface, or whatever it is. And, you know, may the best man, best team win. And thing is, at the end of the day, there's always going to be something to talk about. And for sports, at least, in football and professional wrestling, I'll be live right here on YouTube, talking about just that with more videos. Like I said, whether that's a normal video or a live stream in college football, professional wrestling, and the National Football League. That we watched all the games on NFL RedZone today. I'll have content live right here on YouTube. So I'll see everybody when I see you. I'll see you then. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. The link's in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. And yeah, that'll do it. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description.